glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains, faces murmur shifting blame, fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light.
All right. Sorry, guys, running a little bit late. Good to be here with you guys today. We're jumping back over to Idaho to pick up that conversation we were supposed to have yesterday afternoon, but my internet decided it didn't want to stay on. So we are back to cover that now. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate you all very much. University of Idaho murders back in session, guys. Fraud, lies, and prosecutorial misconduct we're going to talk about it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And again, of course, I will open this up for discussion as we do. That being said, you know what comes next. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. All right, welcome back, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I hope it's good for you all wherever you are, because it's great to be here with you all. Thank you guys for joining me today again. Sorry about last night, folks. Like I said, my internet, it went out down in West Virginia. That tells you how crappy my internet is, that I'm linked all the way down there, and I'm up here in Ohio. So, yeah, that's what they told me at least. So, whatever. It came back on early this morning. So here we are. Come on in, grab a seat, grab a cup of joe, whatever it may be, guys. Let's do this. Another great conversation to be had here. And oh boy, all sorts of crap going on in this crazy ass case. I hopped on over with Miss Lana this morning. As some of you guys were over there, I saw you. She agrees it's a whole bunch of whatever. Come on in. Grab a seat, please, and thank ya. Who we got so far? We got 80 peeps in the house already. You guys are beautiful. I love it. Please make sure to hit that like button, folks, and share this out. Let everybody know what we doing over here today. Yes, please, and thank ya. Let's see what we got. Yeah. Okay. It looks like Miss Krista's in the house with reality. Mr. Elliot Pollock, welcome back. I am me. Good to see you. Kent Corbett, welcome, my friend. I am me. The cat lady's in the house. Good to see you. I'm on my fourth Pepsi already. Oh, Lord. I loved me some Pepsi. I get it. I understand. LA Looks, welcome to you. Truth Seekers in the house. There's the mama bear. I hope you ain't working too hard, ma'am. Good to see you today. Meg P, the megastar. Welcome, Meg. Good to see you. Alicia J, hey. Thank you for being here. And SRBBB. I'm excited. I got some alls in the house. Let's see who else we got. Christina, welcome back to you. Miss Tandy's even in the house today. The Seahawks fan. Good to see you, Miss Tandy. Bammy Rose, welcome back to you. Miss Terry Martin, welcome. Great to see you. The Truth Seekers in the house. Yes, she did. I don't know if you guys caught the Harsh and Lana live together. That Lana did amazing over there. It was a great show. Very interesting. Go check it out. I'm gonna have to see if I can. Me and Lana are gonna get together for sure here soon. I wouldn't mind hooking up with Harsh myself. It'd be an interesting combo, that's for sure. I guess I have to reach out though. Can't just expect it to happen without talking to people. So Fizzy just popped in, fizzing around in here. Missy Moo, good to see you. It's been a while. Good to have you here. Doc, welcome back to you. And the metalheads in the house. Mr. Scott, what's going on, brother? Good to see you today. Come on in. Jilly Bean. Always happy to see you. Thank you for joining us. Meanie's in the house. Good to see you, Meanie. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I got the Pullman documents, by the way, pulled up. It's a mess to go through. There's a bunch of whatever. you got to kind of pull through the weeds to see what's going on in there. There's some stuff in there. There's some stuff in there. It's in there. You just got to find it. We'll be looking at those two, maybe today. Not sure, but for sure we'll be looking at them. Tomboy Charms in the house. Good to see you. Jazz K, good to see you. Oh, we got to turn that sound down in the background. If I can. There we go. Inside your bones. Welcome. New name. Good to see you. Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you. Phenama Mom, welcome back to you. Hemisphere, good to see you, bro. Sky 1088, welcome back to you. Beach Babe, good to see you today. Good luck with that, Beach Babe. Take it slow. Miss Rowe, good to see you, Miss Rowe. Thank you. Tell you what, y'all. The positive Miss Paula, good to see you today. Thank you for being here with us. Oh, we're going to be going over that interview, Jen. Don't worry about that. That Bill Nye the Science Guy interview. Yeah, we're going over that. That's the priority to explain what I want to explain today. Yes. Jazz K, thank you so much. Welcome back. Good to see you. Love the avatar. Nice bike. And thank you so much for the super chat. God bless. Appreciate ya. Amanda Smith, good morning, afternoon. Very much appreciated. God bless. Karma Police in the house, guys. Make sure you behave. Let's see. They are definitely all over the place. Mishy show. Miss Carolyn Prestage, good to see you. And Bonnie Bailey, my love, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thinking about you all the time. I hope you're feeling good and everything's going well for you, dear. Always in my prayers. And Miss Bonnie even dropped a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Bonnie. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate it so very much. Thank you. Buckwheat's in the house. How you doing? Love the avatar. That's funny. Let's see here. They will very easily give you a headache. Gets there. I think I got everybody in here. If I didn't, I will catch up with you. Now there's reports that dropped out of Pullman now. Nothing new that I saw in. I'll double check to make sure I'm not lying to you. Let me see if there's anything new here. Nothing there. Not at all. Not at all. Let's see. Not to mention. Let me check the other side of things. Moscow didn't drop anything else. Nothing there. So we got some stuff from Pullman, and like Lana said, for those of you that were there, I think we're all kind of waiting on Idaho State Patrol stuff. And I don't know if the FBI is going to drop anything. I doubt it. We'll have to FOIA all that, but I doubt that they'll give us anything. But I wishes was there. Y'all teaches me something. Oh my God. Miss Q, good to see ya. Is Jesse here? I didn't see him yet. There he is. In Saigon. At the spa in Saigon. All right then. Welcome, Mr. Shule. Those cops crooked up there. Yes, they are. Oh boy, Jesse. Thank you, SRB. About 3 days ago, Krista, I did. Yeah, I cut my hair 3 days ago. I think it was 4 days ago, something like that. It's Idaho State Police, Idaho State Patrol. What does it matter? I call it whatever I want to call it. You call it what you want to call it. I call it what I want to call it. It's actually a really nice place with sauna, steam baths, and work. Nice. Sounds interesting, Jesse. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it. You must have been paying attention. Not many people did notice. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Actually, it's funny that you... That is what I put in. This is what I use, is the LA Looks, the blue gel. I think it's the... What the hell is it called? Mega Hold or something? That's what I use. So, yes, I did. It's funny you said that. Hilarious, LA Looks. I did. It's cheap and it works, and I've used it since high school. So, yes, that's what I have. Eddie, what's up, buddy? Glad you're here with us. I'm sure you'll definitely be in on this conversation. Oh, hell no. Did you just turn crunchy? Crunchy. If that's what you call it, I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, I use the LA Looks, the gel, and then the I think we have Rave. Or no, she has that purple shit that I use. I like hairspray. Aussie, that's it, the purple one. High quality stuff. It is. It is. Yes, it is. We do use the Rave hairspray from time to time, but she's got the purple stuff now. But thank you, LA. I appreciate it. As long as it's not, what is that other stuff? Aquanet from back in the 80s. Debbie Ann, welcome. Good to see you. Okay. Did you have a debate with Mr. H there, Jesse? I missed it. Welcome, Jessica. Did I turn crunchy? I've never heard that one before. That's interesting. Oh, okay. I always miss these things. Always. It makes me mad because of my stupid internet. Gabby Abby, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, I can be cranky too. Nobody even... Well, I didn't see any of you last night anywhere, so I didn't get no messages, no nothing. It was on Birdie? I thought it was Outcasts. Okay. I didn't see it. I can't get it. I got a crappy, like my phone signal is garbage. So if I try to use the internet from like my general phone service, it's a joke. It barely works. That's probably why. Backwoods beats and outlaw rhythms. Good to see you. Welcome. Oh, nobody missed me last night. No big deal. No big deal. MPD mishandling police documents. ISP intentionally slapped. Oh, all of it, Jen. All of it. First, last, and in between for sure. All of it. Your guilty pleasures. Who was you watching? What is that? Guilty pleasures. Good stuff. Harsh too. I always feel so proud when I hear your name. Where'd you hear my name? Where'd you hear my name, Miss Krista? Are you serious? And the radar goes off. Sorry, guys. The wife is calling. 1 second, real quick. Sorry, y'all. That was the boss lady. My apologies. All right, guys. Come on in. 104 peeps, 74 likes. You guys are getting there. Appreciate you. Mocha, good to see you. Great to have you here. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody in here. Well, thank you, SRB. Appreciate that. And Tandy. Again, guys, we don't expect any kind of donations, whether it's super chat, super stickers, memberships, or Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, none of that stuff. It's never expected, or the Amazon thing, you guys. But we all appreciate. I appreciate it very, very much because it all helps me to keep going. I appreciate that so very much. Are you getting impatient with me, SRB? Really? Okay. How you doing, Yvette? Good to see you. Wow. Like I said, nobody missed me last night. So, what I wanted to review first was the oh shoot. Where'd it go? I got it here. Give me a second. Well, that's good. I'm glad I could somehow please how can I explain what I was trying to say? Somehow my issues worked out for somebody. There you go. All right, here we go. I found it. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start by reviewing this, and then we're going to discuss it, so on and so forth. That's a good question, Fizzy. Great question, actually. Hey, Joey. Good to see you, bud. Yvette Clifton, I did see you. Okay, guys. So this interview here, this gentleman here, Jeff Nye, was part of the prosecution team. As he states in this interview, okay, he clearly tells everybody, and that's something I want you to hold on to when you hear him say it. Oh, I should do this too. I'm sorry, guys. I got 15 things going on, and I'm trying to focus on one. Go ahead and add the link here and throw it up. You guys are welcome to join me up here if you want to. That way, if we need to stop this and discuss things, as anybody that's up here, you're welcome to. So, yeah, the link is there. Let me, I should have pinned it. Hold on. I'm so discomfortable today, guys. I'm sorry. Besides my internet, I had other things going on around here, too, which causes my brain to not work correctly sometimes. So, please forgive me. Okay, there we go. It's pinned at the top of the chat now. Welcome, Michelle Weddle. Moonlit, welcome back to you. Guys, please make sure to hit that like button, and let's see if we can get this in the algorithm. Please and thank you. And please, again, forgive my mishandlings of what I'm doing. Appreciate your patience. I do. No, he's not Bill Nye's Science Guy. That's what I call him that. I think Lana calls him that too. His name is Jeff Nye, actually. He was part of the prosecution, and he was brought in later on, and he states in this interview that he was not the one in charge. Bill Thompson was definitely the one calling the shots, was in charge. And he's going to explain some things in here in this interview that really, really kind of open everybody's eyes up, I think, at least, and make you kind of go, oh, okay. It's interesting at the very least. So, again, anybody that wants to join me, the link is pinned in the top of the chat. Feel free. And yeah, I did follow. Check out Pob's new video too. Yeah, that was another interesting one, to say the least. We can throw the combiner of all of them together and discuss it all today. So that's so funny. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I should have probably reiterated it, but my apologies. Thanks, SRB. All right, let's get this video rolling. I've been gabbing enough. Obviously, I'm talking too much. Somebody told me to let's get the move on, so you know how that goes. On we go.
Investigation, but also maybe other investigations, because a lot of people might not understand where you guys come into play.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the way it's set up in Idaho, our system is that the local county prosecuting attorney is responsible for prosecuting all crime within their county. The Attorney General has limited jurisdiction over specific subject matter areas. For example, we have our Internet Crimes Against Children unit, and so we can both investigate and prosecute those crimes. But the vast majority of crimes, murder, for example, is handled by the local county prosecuting attorney. And our office gets involved only upon request of the prosecuting attorney. And that can either be in a request to take over the case, or like it was in this case with Koberger, to just step in and assist and provide some supplemental resources so the county can continue handling the case.
I see. So Latah County reaches out to your office and says, we need some help. And was that mainly with the actual preparation for trial?
So it actually wasn't so much focused on the trial as it was on the legal briefing and argument before the court. And really, in this case, the way it played out, the current Attorney General, Raul Labrador, came into office in January of 2023. And when he first came into office, he gave me a list of 3 or 4 topics that he wanted to be briefed on related to criminal law. And one of them was this case. And
no, we just started, Vonda. Welcome. Good to have you here.
When we met, his question was, what can we do to help?
Which Michelle Epple, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here today. Welcome up here, by the way, Krista. Thank you for joining me.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
right, guys, on we go.
Help. Is there anything our office can do to help? And so I explained that at the time, our office under the previous Attorney General would not agree to step in and assist county prosecutors. We would only take the case over. So it was a take it or leave it approach. And I explained to the Attorney General that I thought we could do more than that, and that I thought we could and should offer to assist in the right circumstances. And so shortly after that, it's my understanding that the Attorney General reached out to Bill Thompson and said, we're here for you. We support you. Whatever help you need, whatever you want that to look like, we're happy to help you. And then it was in March or April that Bill Thompson called me and requested that help. And
I see.
It started with a request to help with the grand jury. And then once we got through that, our role really kind of organically became, we did a lot of the brief writing and legal argument in front of the court.
Okay. So that can help paint a picture as to your involvement in the hearings and the written documents leading up through those hearings. What were the type of things that your office was assigned? Like, were there particular areas that you're like, all right, we have this and Latah can do this, or was it kind of just as things would come in, filings from the defense that you would work on? How did it work?
So it was all under the leadership of Bill Thompson. He was the one that was assigning out who would do what. But again, kind of organically, the way that it played out, our office took over anything that was really focused more on the law and less maybe on the specific facts of the case, because we weren't there for the investigation like Bill was. And so some of the topics that we handled were, after there was an indictment, they moved to dismiss that indictment, and we handled the briefing and argument on that. We handled the change of venue. We handled my personal role, my biggest role probably in the case, was handling all of the briefing and argument related to investigative genetic genealogy. That was a new issue in Idaho, and so it was a pretty big deal. And so Bill asked me to kind of step in and take that on. And then we handled the slew of motions that were filed to try and strike the death penalty as well.
Wow, those are some pretty big areas there. I want to ask you about the genetic genealogy stuff. Tell me how critical that information was to this case.
So the way I would say it is, it was essential to the case. I think something you need to understand about the investigative genetic genealogy is this was an issue of first impression in Idaho. So no court had addressed a constitutional challenge to the use of investigative genetic genealogy. And when the defense moved for that in this case, everyone understood that what they were seeking was to try and keep the DNA out of the trial. But I don't know that everyone fully understood that the way the Fourth Amendment works, if the state were to lose that argument, you don't just lose the evidence itself, you lose anything that came from that evidence. You may have heard the phrase fruit of the poisonous tree. And in this case, because the investigative genetic genealogy is how they identified the defendant, that would have meant virtually everything. The stakes couldn't have been higher with respect to the evidence pointing to the defendant. If you watch, when I did the oral argument in that, Judge Hippler, his very last question to me was, Mr. Nye, if the FBI did in fact violate Mr. Koberger's constitutional rights, you would agree that that would burden the state, is the way he phrased it. And what I understood him to be asking, and what I believe he was asking was, you agree with me that if I find that this was a violation of the Constitution, you lose everything, pointing to the defendant. And I said yes. So that the stakes were pretty high on that one.
That huge. So just to summarize, in case people missed that part of the buildup to the trial, is the defense was saying that the DNA, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, was obtained illegally or unconstitutionally. Therefore, it should not be admitted as evidence.
Bingo. Okay, so if that's the case, then why was it not in the in the PCA? If it was constitutional, and if they were following the Constitution and they were following the laws, why was it not in the PCA?
Good question.
That is the same question I have, Jen, and obviously Krista agrees, and it is. It's a great question, truly, because they knew what they were doing. In my opinion, of course.
In my opinion, there's a lot more than that there if he did the crime. So,
yeah, agreed.
Why wasn't,
if it's legit, all they had to had as you state, Nye, then the rest is your piece. Yeah, good point. You can tell Jen's on fire over this stuff. She really has been, like, literally. So I get it. Hey, Marty, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I agree. And William Tardy, good to see you as well. Yeah, this is a great statement, guys. Truly great statement.
When are they going to get to the point where, like, they didn't even have anything on him before they had him? You know what I mean?
It's coming. It's coming.
Okay,
that's the whole point. Then today, like I said, the arrest was absolutely unconstitutional, folks. Absolutely. There's no case here. Nothing at all. And even with okay, if they would not have had the IGG,
right,
and they don't even have that, truly, in my opinion, like in the aspect that you would think. So
I think it was planted afterwards, to be in my opinion.
Yeah, and then
or something.
Oh my God, it's so angering,
Red Solo cups and leaf blowers again.
Yeah, basically yes, I agree.
The prosecution, your team, was saying it should be admitted as evidence that it was constitutional in the way that they obtained it. And the judge did end up letting it in. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. And when you say the way they obtained it, we're talking, they had several different arguments along the path. But yes, they were arguing about the way they found him was the DNA that was on the knife sheath. There was single source male DNA. They didn't have anyone they could connect to that DNA, so they didn't have anyone to test to compare it to. Traditionally, when you're doing DNA testing in the criminal world, you have an individual, you have the DNA from the item, and you can compare those two things. Here they had DNA, but they didn't have the individual. So how do you find them? Well, that's where investigative genetic genealogy comes in. And they literally they reverse engineer a genetic family tree to figure out who could this person be. And then they get a warrant to arrest that person. Now they have the person and they can compare it to the DNA. And so because that's the way they used to find the defendant in this case, all of the evidence was fruit of those actions.
Amen, Jen.
So again, if we had lost that motion, it would have been devastating to the case.
Well, and not only this case, but in future cases, right? Couldn't future cases point to this one as precedent and say it wasn't allowed in then, it shouldn't be allowed in now?
Absolutely. From a legal perspective as well, it was a really big deal to set the legal landscape on, is investigative genetic genealogy going to be allowed in Idaho's court system?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say there are other courts in other states that have addressed it. Not very many at this point, but it has been addressed. But this was the first time that it was addressed in an Idaho court. Is Judge Hippler's well-written decision.
Yeah. Were you nervous going in for that argument and preparing the brief?
That's true.
Yeah, I was. I'm always a little bit nervous when I argue. I think on this one, I was very confident in our legal position. We stand by the technique. We stand by law enforcement using that technique. It is constitutional. But when the stakes are as high as they are, then yeah, I'm always a little bit nervous about it.
You mentioned the change of venue being one of the other issues your office dealt with. Why was that so important to move the trial so far from where the crimes happened?
I don't know, Terry.
Yeah, the change of venue was an interesting issue in this case. I think everybody watching kind of had an intuitive sense of why you may want to move it. These horrific crimes affected the community directly there. There were students at the University of Idaho, which is a big part of the community there. And so the defense's argument was, in order to get a fair jury, we need to move this. And the state's position wasn't full disagreement with that. The state's position was, we should try to seat a jury and see if we can get one. And if not, then we can change venue. But ultimately, the judge decided, let's just go ahead and change it to be safe. And that's why it was moved to Ada County.
Over all the months and months you spent working on this, what would you say is the biggest surprise that you found?
The biggest surprise, I would say, would be the guilty plea at the end. I think that was a surprise for me.
Because you knew that the prosecution didn't have a case. Of course it was a surprise. I think it was a surprise for everybody, including the judge, because they all knew the prosecution did not have a case.
And everybody is hearing it now. And it's like, is it going to register to Enton?
It doesn't make any sense. And I've seen this too. Even the guilters are like, why?
Right.
Why? The ones with the guilters that have some intelligence, I should say, because they have to be able to understand what's going on to see it for what it is. So
look at Brian's face. You can tell that he's starting to get like a little, what the f is going on here, Enton? A little confused. Getting there anyway. I think it's going to register soon. It might take a little bit. It's going to catch up though, hopefully.
Thank you, SRB. When they knew that, I think they threatened Brian. There's a whole way this went down. A whole way. I truly, when I was watching Paul's video, that kind of made some sense too, as to how this could have happened in some senses as far as the plea goes. But, you know, hey, Midnight, good to see you. At one point, is manifest injustice in play? Because I'm getting more and more Welcome to the angry club, because I
Yes.
think a lot of us are pissed, not even angry at this point, that this is even okay. I want to know how.
The FBI got his name.
No, I'm not. I don't even at this point. That is a good question, but at this point, I want to know how Hitler looked at this. Or does that answer the question that he never did? That he didn't pay attention to the documents or the papers or anything? Because I don't think he did.
Hitler.
And unless he's working for the prosecution, because that's sure as hell what it looks like to me. Sorry, he just looks like they added him as another prosecutor when they went in. And I know that sounds stupid, folks, because that's not how it works. But look at it some other way and tell me if it makes sense.
He was so biased, that judge. The judge, right? That's how judges.
Yeah.
Again, he was mean and nasty and condescending, and like you guys are like, the defense is stupid. That's
right. And what he should have been focused on was taking apart the prosecution, and he didn't even blink. He knows this shit was illegal. He knows that this shit that was, if he read any of this and looked at it at all, he knows it was wrong, but he didn't say a word.
That's where I think about Ozarks. Like, I keep bringing that up because it just, the town, the way that it was ran with.
It does match. Yes, I know you. I agree. I've seen that said a lot. It does match.
Scary. It's scary because like I would watch that. That's a show. That's a TV show. But I'm like, holy crap! Somebody really could get caught in crap and just be away from murders.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And inside your bones, she says, "I'm so pissed at all the big channels saying chilling details and new documents. Are we reading the same shit? Shuz, the lies, the false docs? Yes. Well, there are chilling details. It's just they're not what they're saying they are. The chilling details are that this dude was absolutely framed and that the prosecution was completely corrupt in this. That's the chilling details. And there's actual documented proof now. And that's the scary shit. Okay. Just like something Lana was talking about today before and I know it's a little off subject, but it has to prove a point. I think we talked about this the other day. We were going through and reading these reports. We read into the one that talks about Jack Showalter's apartment and how he had said that he wanted his water quality tested, but he was out of town the night that the murders happened through the holidays, right? I've never known, first off, at his age, at my age of 20, 21, who gives a shit about water quality, first of all? So who's going to believe that happened? Second off, he wasn't in town. One more thing that was done, in my opinion, was somebody, and I'll say it out loud, I don't care if I don't have proof or not. I don't think I need it anymore.
Yeah.
Somebody from Moscow PD called and pretended to be him and said, "Hey, I need my water quality tested. Can you send maintenance over there? Blah, 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 so on and so forth." Come on.
Or they just said to maintenance, "Hey, we're going to need you to say this," because maybe they suspect. I think they suspected him in the beginning, and they asked him to get in the apartment. He probably said no, and that was the way to get in.
Well, they had to have there were stipulations that the judge gave them before they could get inside for a warrant. Okay. Well, these things definitely did not play out the way the report states. Okay.
Yeah.
They lied through this whole thing. What's the word I'm trying to think of? They built this situation out of nothing. Okay. And I've never heard of anybody ask, other than somebody that may have a well or something, to have their water quality tested, folks. Not at a college campus. So that's bullshit to me. I'm sorry. If he wants to, SRB, who knows? Does he know? I mean, he probably does now, but if he's paying any attention to it, unless he was told, this is how this is going to be, or so on and so forth. I don't know. That's a good point, though. Okay, welcome back. You can't hit any buttons. Unfortunately, it'll take you down right away. You get stuff thrown out the window, and you're muted right now, hon. Can't hear you. Can you hear me? You might have to go out and come back in again. Yeah, well, I don't think that was even said. I think they created that situation just so they could get into that apartment illegally. But that's whatever. They do what they do. Anyway, on we go.
Now, you have to understand the role that we were playing in the case again. Latah County was making all of the decisions, and they were the ones who were engaging with the defense team. I wasn't involved in those conversations, but I was consulted, I guess you would say, on my thoughts and opinions and other things. And so I wasn't shocked in the sense that at the change of plea hearing, I knew what was going to be happening. But leading up to that,
Why can't I hear you?
the indication I had seen.
Now I can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect. I won't touch anything else.
You're good. I agree. Dago plus his family is a big deal in Idaho. Toilet was plugged. What do you think? That's a good question. What was in the toilet? Why was it clogged? Just saying. Good question, Bemmy. Good question. And yes, his families, they are a big deal in Idaho. Big deal. Especially in the University of Idaho. His grandfather, I believe, is. So, yeah.
I tell you what gets stuck. What the only thing that would ever clog my toilet, and I'm talking about the pipes outside of the toilet, was baggies, drug baggies. We had to literally, my brother, between the four of us, one time my dad had to get it unclogged, and it was drug baggies from years of us flushing them down the toilet. Maybe he
it could have been gloves. Who knows? Rubber gloves. Anything. It could be truly.
Yes, gloves.
I mean, who knows? Who knows what happened there? Even if he was gone, he could have had friends or somebody he knew he allowed to use his apartment. He could have. I don't know. There's 50,000 different options with this. But I'm willing to think and look at anything at this point because nobody's told us the truth. So, we gotta look around for it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just saying. Just saying.
Did they ever say what clogged this toilet? I guess not.
No, that never came out in a report. Conveniently.
Wow.
Hey, Tony, good to see you. How long can they accept his plea as truth, but his allocution won't be accepted as truth? No idea.
I mean, look at, like I said, John Benet Ramsey. Somebody actually came forward and confessed to that crime, and they made him try to prove that he did it. Because he couldn't prove, they let him go that day. It was like he tried to plead guilty, and they said no until they wanted him to prove it. And
I'll be honest with you. If somebody came forward at this point and said that they did commit this crime, I don't think they would care.
I don't think they would either.
They would tell him, no, you didn't. Go away. That's what I see happening. I'm not saying it would. My guess is that's what would happen. Is no, you didn't. Go away. You didn't commit this crime. The guy that committed this crime's in prison now. Leave. Go away. We don't want to hear what you have to say. That's what I expect would happen at this point. That's what I see this being or turning into at some point. That's exactly how I see this happening. I mean, truly, they could have absolute evidence and somebody coming forward saying, look, here's the knife. I did it. No, you didn't. Go away. That's what I expect.
I think they know who did it too, to be honest.
I think they possibly could know who did this.
Or they have
I'll tell you one thing. I know they know who about this. Brian didn't do it.
Right.
They absolutely know he didn't do it. Okay. And they can. That's another thing we're going to talk about once we get through this here. I got to get through this first, but we're going to throw that out because that's part of this too. Big part of this.
And if he did, he wasn't alone. Okay. There's no possible way. It's almost physically impossible, in my opinion.
I was even wondering at some point if there was some kind of something that Brian was involved in with this. The more I see and hear and read, it's the less I feel that he could have been at all. And it's just, it's beyond sad to me. So
it is. It's like, but then it's like, was he involved with her? Maybe with Molly somehow? Maybe he was doing a favor for something. I
don't even think it was that at this point, Chris. I don't think there's anything. That's my opinion. Not saying you can't believe that, but I don't think there's anything at this point that this kid had to do with this, period. Nothing. It doesn't make any sense to me. And again, we'll get to that point, but there's nothing I could see anywhere that connects him to anything, any proof whatsoever that he had anything. And they say it here. They had nothing.
I hope that starts to register with Enton and his crew.
It's not going to, because that doesn't write their paycheck.
That's
the problem. That's the problem. If it doesn't write their paycheck, they're not going to talk about it.
It is. The clickbait thumbnails are awful, man.
It's
Awful.
disgusting because it's ruining our country because
It is.
people believe what mainstream media tells them.
Yep.
And it's worse than, in my opinion, mainstream media is worse than YouTube. And these people right here that we're talking about rely on mainstream media to make sure that somebody like Brian Kober could be convicted in the court of public opinion. That's the whole way it happens. So
You're absolutely right, and they use it to their advantage, and I think they use the grief of the parents as well.
yeah,
They use
definitely.
to make them believe they wanted somebody, they wanted to know who did this to their child, their children.
Well, they definitely use Steve Gonzalez. I'll say that much.
Yep.
And believed was that the defendant had no interest in pleading guilty and wanted a trial and believed that he could be vindicated at that trial. That was just kind of my assumptions and reading the tea leaves, if you will. And so that, I would say that was probably the biggest surprise, that that's how it ended.
Yeah, I think it was a surprise for many people. Do you think it was because all of these motions against the defense came down against them leading up to trial? Do you think that maybe put pressure on, Brian Koberger to take a plea agreement?
I do think that is at least part of the calculation. I can't in any way speak to his motivations or why he decided at the end. Obviously, I've never spoken to him about it. I don't know why his attorneys, what they advised, if anything. So anything it's kind of just speculation on my part, but absolutely. I think one of the reasons that they bring challenges to things like the death penalty is to try and chip away at as much as they can from the state side and any leverage that the state would have. And so, yeah, I mean, that the way you resolved this was by giving up the death penalty in exchange for guilty pleas to everything in the indictment and maximum penalties on every charge. And so at the end of the day, protecting the death penalty meant something to that resolution.
I want to ask you, and I don't know if you're the one that would be able to speak to this, or it might be somebody else, but from what we understand, the plea agreement was no appeals. He can't appeal. But Judge Hippler mentioned that he had I think 42 days or something if he wanted to appeal, but then said that if he did, it might void the plea agreement. Can you explain that? Because I know a lot of our viewers were confused when the judge said, "Oh, you do have a certain amount of time to appeal."
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm more than happy to handle this. And just for a little bit of background,
Welcome, bro.
For the viewers, in our division, in the criminal law division, I also supervise the appellate unit, and they handle all criminal appeals in the state of Idaho. And so if there were to be an appeal, it would come to our office and we would be the ones handling it. So that's kind of the background I'm coming from on this. So Judge Hippler was getting at a couple of different things. Let me start with the appeal waiver itself. It's not uncommon when a defendant pleads guilty to waive their appellate rights, and that's typically how it's phrased in the plea agreement. But what we know, and there's actually a case on this that came out of Idaho and was decided by the U.S. Supreme Court called Garza v. Idaho, is that a criminal defendant cannot actually waive all of their appellate rights. There is a narrow category of issues that you cannot waive. And really what that's focused on is the validity of the waiver itself. So while in this case, the defendant waived his appellate rights, that means he waived his right to challenge things like the change of venue, the IGG motion to suppress, the challenge that he raised to the indictment. He doesn't get to challenge any of those. But what he can't waive is an attack on the validity of the plea agreement itself. And so he could raise a challenge. For example, he could claim that his attorney provided him ineffective assistance in advising him on the plea agreement. And if he were to win that, it would have to be that the court finds that he didn't enter that plea knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. And so no matter what language you put in the plea agreement, you just cannot waive that. So that's part of what Judge Hippler was referring to. Then there's the second part you mentioned where Judge Hippler did make a comment about by filing a notice of appeal, you may actually violate your plea agreement. That one, I personally would consider a little bit more of an open issue as to whether or not that's something that the state could argue, that just by filing the notice of appeal, we could argue, well, now he's violated the plea agreement, so we want to go back, we want our trial, and we want to impose the death penalty. I guess we would just have to see how that one plays out if it came up.
I see. But if for some reason he does decide to appeal, as with all other cases, it does end up in your office.
Absolutely, it would, yes. And, you know, another part to understand about waivers of any kind or appellate waivers, the court clerk at the Idaho Supreme Court is not going to refuse to accept an appeal from him just because he's waived it. You can really, as I've learned in my job, you can really file just about anything that you want to. The question is just, are you going to get anywhere with it? So let's say that the defendant here, Mr. Koberger, decides to appeal and challenge the IGG ruling. Well, the response, he would be allowed to file that. The court's not going to stop him. But the response from our office would be to file a motion to dismiss that appeal, and we would cite to the plea agreement and say, he's waived this. And I'm confident that in that situation, the court would just dismiss the appeal.
I see. So it's going to be, if should that happen, it's going to be much quicker than some of these other cases, like the Daybell cases or whatever, that take years to work their way through the courts.
Absolutely. And even in that narrow category that I talked about of if he tried to challenge the validity of the plea agreement itself, even in that area, it's a very narrow area. And so it's not going to last for years and years.
No, Anne cannot be the lead, Scott. I think like Eliza Masseth would qualify to be the lead. Now, I think she could still work. Anne could on the council, but I don't know how that would work out. But I don't believe that Ann Taylor can be the lead.
Is she the one who would file it, or?
I don't know who would have to be. Like I said, it depends on how it would work out, but I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor can't be his lead attorney on this. I'm not saying she couldn't work on, as a consultant or something, but she definitely can't. That would be the difference there.
I really wish Alessi and Alan would get
Alan Jackson would be interesting. I'll say that's true for sure.
Even if he thought Brian was guilty, I think he would still defend him in a way that was justified. Justice, this was
the right way. Yeah,
right.
I agree.
Like, even if he's guilty, they didn't do it the right way. They completely botched it, and it's, I think he would defend him in the right way.
Alicia could be right here. She says the only way I think that them being able to use the same team, she says, is ineffective counsel due to something beyond their control. Right. Which, in a sense, I mean, ineffective assistance at counsel could be the problem because he refused to do anything for them.
Right.
And that could have stunted them right there. So if they can file that and that works out, that would be probably a good point, Alicia. That'd be a good way to be able to still be on board in that sense, I would think. And it does seem to make some sense. It's a good point.
If it was ineffective counsel, wouldn't it be Hippler, the one that was kind of the ineffective part of it, though? Like
he would be the one that would have provoked the ineffective assistance to counsel. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Ineffective assistance to counsel. Gotcha.
Yeah, but she's probably right. It would probably take a lot. Well, I don't know. I mean, if we notice that if she can pull out certain things that she tried to motion for or put out there and he absolutely denied it, which we saw a lot of, and they can prove that there was no reason for the denials on that, then that would prove it, I think. But I agree, it probably would be a bit hard.
I mean, how about they lied about all the evidence that they had against him? That sounds like it should be something.
That should be Judas. There should be prosecutorial and judicial misconduct within this case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Will the courts accept it is the biggest question. That's 100% right.
Right.
We'll see. And that's another good point. The judge was beyond their control. They have no choice. They cannot manipulate him to do anything that they need him to do. He makes his choices, and he was definitely very biased in his decision making. So if they can show that, that would, I think, in a sense, it should be enough to flip this. So
has anybody seen like his cases before this? Is he like this all the time? I wonder if that's
well, his cases before this, he was working like what the hell was it? Medical malpractice type stuff, like that. I mean, I think he's done other criminal cases, but he's always worked with the prosecution per se. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's kind of in his blood to do stuff like that, but no, it doesn't matter. You should have came on. He didn't want to be there. He said that in the beginning. The whole him hawing around bullshit. You know how we saw him.
Yeah.
And I feel like that him haw shit was like, okay, we know he did this. Let's
Right.
just get this over with. That's what I took that as. So I don't know. My understanding was that he had done criminal cases in the past. I don't know if he's ever done a death penalty. I don't think he did, but I could be wrong. I may not have seen everything, but I did get sent a couple things that showed what he had done in the past. Like right before this, he was doing some of that malpractice type stuff. But before that, he was doing criminal stuff too. So we'll see.
He just got appointed to be this judge. Is that what happened? He gets appointed to be the judge for this case, or?
Yeah, he got appointed to this case. It's interesting. Like I said, he didn't want to do it. And I feel like that tells me because he felt like it was a waste of his time, because based on what he showed us, that he did it. Why do we even have to preside over this? You know what I'm saying? That's how it looked, at least.
So did he have a chance to? I'm sure that Ann provided this stuff that we're seeing to him. I'm right, or
I don't know why nobody from the Department of Justice hasn't put this in front of somebody and said, just simple comments that he made during this were absolutely out of his, he should have never said them. The thing about the car, that should have never been stated by him as a judge. Calling Brian a liar.
By Ray, conspiracy person.
Yeah, he should have never said that. He should have never called Brian a liar. None of that stuff is something that a judge should be doing. That in itself, that pulls him out of line, in my opinion. And he needs to be looked into, in my opinion, for that. It's got that and more, I feel. So,
and it's wondering why somebody hasn't yet. Are they waiting for the FBI docs? I feel like, why are they waiting so long? Just give us everything, or give people everything.
Well, it takes time. They can't just push a button and send it all through. It takes time. He's going through, he says, everything and unsealing what he feels that should be unsealed little by little, and on that end of things. Now, Pullman just gave us some of their reports. The Idaho State Police, hopefully theirs are coming through soon. I don't really expect to see anything from the FBI.
Yeah. I mean, a complete picture would be great on how they got Brian's name, is what I'm at. You know what I'm saying? If it came from the FBI, then show us. Okay. Did they pick his name out of a hat, or hey, this is the guy, and just do
it's all based off of what they quoted before was an FBI tip. I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. That's why I want to see the
well, they're not going to tell you the truth. They're not going to tell anybody the truth. That's just, they would have already. So,
well, then they have to expect people to want to take the case and come and say, hey, I'm a lawyer. Let me see what's going on here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I guarantee you, that's a good point, Yvonne. I was thinking about that yesterday, actually, that if there is an appeal that gets filed, I think he's probably going to wait, obviously, to unseal anything till after the appeal's filed, or in effect, or whatever. So yeah, it could be a long time. It could be a very long time.
Crazy.
We'll see how it happens. Mm-hmm.
And if you watched the change of plea hearing, you saw how careful Judge Hippler was in asking all of those questions that I think for a lot of lay people sound very repetitive. And, you almost start rolling your eyes like, is he seriously asking that question again? But it's because he needs to be thorough so that the record is accurate that, no, he was, in fact, entering this plea of his own free will. There was no improper influences on him. And so if Mr. Koberger were to raise that challenge now, we have that change of plea hearing transcript we can rely on to say he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that explanation. There were so many people that were quite pleased or happy that this was a plea agreement, that the trial didn't happen, that he goes away, we don't hear about him. There were a few others that weren't, including one of the family members of the victims, and others that are saying they want the full story. They want it all to come out about what exactly happened, and where evidence might be, and maybe a motive would come out. Do you think we will ever get all of that versus had there been a trial?
Yeah, so I'm glad you asked that question because it's something that I've seen being talked about on social media and other places. And one of the criticisms that I've seen of Bill agreeing to accept these guilty pleas is exactly that, well, we want to find out what happened. But had this gone to trial, you would not have found that out. The public would not have found that out. There is no circumstance in which the defendant agrees to take the stand at his own trial and explain to the jury why he did something that he's trying to argue to them he didn't do at all. So you're not going to get it from him at the trial. You would just be relying on the evidence being presented by the state. And Bill Thompson has been very clear about what that evidence does and does not show. And as you heard, if you saw the press conference immediately after the sentencing, Bill, the lead investigators, they all confirmed we don't have evidence showing a motive. And so had this gone to trial, there wouldn't somehow magically be new evidence that would suddenly explain why this happened.
All right. Well, thank you for saying that. Thanks for clearing that up.
I understand.
This portion right here is real important, guys. This is where he basically tells the world we had nothing on him. And it just like stood the hair up on the back of my neck. Listen to this.
To hear him say it, I want to hear. Yeah. Wow.
Definitely.
Sad.
People have different feelings about the way that this case ended, but I don't think it's a fair criticism to say we would have learned more had this gone to trial. If anything, we would have learned less.
Wow.
Also wouldn't have the defendant saying in his own words that he did this.
He didn't say him.
So,
But he didn't.
Having had this major case with international attention coming on the heels of the two Daybell cases last year and the year before, I mean, what has this been like for your office?
So we were involved in the Daybell cases actually pretty early on. It was a little bit before my time in that particular unit. But then the cases were given back, and you know this history better than I do, but the cases were given back to Lindsay Blake in Fremont County, to Rob Wood in Madison County. And our office then didn't get involved again until the Daybell trial. One of our deputy attorneys general from our office helped with that trial. Ingrid Beatty agreed to go and help them. And, that was chronologically, that came after we had agreed to assist Bill in this case. But it was yet another example of where I believe the Attorney General's office can play a role in cases, even where the county prosecuting attorney wants to hold on to it and be the lead attorney. I think Ingrid did a phenomenal job in that case at trial and helping them present evidence the way that they did. Obviously, that ended in a conviction and getting the death penalty. So the other way that I like to look at it in the role that I'm in is all of these cases, as we've kind of touched on, will eventually make their way to our office, whether we're assisting the county prosecutor or not. We're going to be handling the appeals. And then if it goes on to federal court and federal habeas, that's our office too. And so my view of it is not only are we able to step in and help out the county prosecuting attorney, but by doing that, we can ensure that the record that we are arguing later on the appeal is as good as it can possibly be with the assistance of our office.
Yeah. Jeff, thank you very much. Is there anything that you want to add?
I would just say, I think in this case, obviously a horrific case, the biggest case I think Idaho's ever seen, hopefully ever will see, at least of this nature. It was a real privilege to work with Bill Thompson. I'm glad that our office had the opportunity to do that. Bill is somewhat of a legend in the prosecutor community here in Idaho. Before I got on the case, I didn't know Bill. I hadn't met him personally. All I really knew about him is I had heard that he's highly ethical and he had a reputation for being the only prosecutor in Idaho who had gotten a murder conviction without the body, which is a pretty big deal. And so I was very optimistic. I think that it worked out really well, and I was grateful for that opportunity. And then last, most importantly, I just want to since this is probably the only public time I'll speak about this case, my heart goes out to the victims in this case and the people who were affected. I think sitting through that sentencing hearing was an honor for me. It was a privilege to listen to the victims express how this terrible, terrible thing, how he had affected them. And it was great to see such a wide variety of emotion and responses, but in their individual way, every one of them was brave and powerful in expressing that. And it was
Wow.
just an honor to be there and a privilege to work on this case. And I
Wow.
do hope that this ending allows them to find some form of closure and that they can move on to the extent
They need to be arrested.
possible in a situation like this.
They need to be arrested. Sorry.
In some aspects, yes, ma'am, I agree with you.
If Dylan and Bethany were two male individuals of any other race, there would not be no 911 call would be suspect number one.
They would have been arrested that day.
Yeah, they would still be probably. They would have not looked for anybody else. They would have probably been blamed. Either they were involved or they blamed. Because why wouldn't you call them? It just, to me, I'm never going to understand that, and I'll never take anything less than I was threatened not to call, or the cops did this, and the cops. I was afraid to call them because they're the ones committing the crime. You know what I mean? Like if they had seen something that scary and threatened, that's the only way I'll accept anything other than I called the dentist instead. 9 hours in the 9 hours. I mean all the other things. And let's not forget the Linda Lane footage or whatever it's called. With her, it looks like her getting out of her car at some point. Just saying.
No, I know what you mean. Hold on a minute here.
Even me, I'd be arrested. I'd definitely be arrested. I have a you know what I mean? I have 2 felonies. I'd be arrested in 2.2 seconds. I don't know who told her to admit to saying the thing she said. To admit to hearing and seeing murderous shit is just crazy to me. And then watching her with that statement, I almost felt like he was sitting next to her to make sure she stayed in line. It was almost like he was threatening her by sitting next to her. The guy, Santa Claus guy. I watched it. I was like, he's scary. And it felt like maybe he's holding people hostage or something. Like, I don't know if you know the Michael Morrissey hostage video, they say.
Yeah.
That's what he kind of reminded me of a little bit. Like, he's that. When he was sitting with Dylan now, I think about it like, oh, man, it wasn't about Brian. It was about making sure she didn't say anything there. Wow. Now, I mean, that's my opinion. In my opinion only, I'm just saying. I really don't trust that guy. And I was going to go back to, like, running the town or something. You know what I mean?
Yep. Definitely.
In a very scary way, involved with the people that make them extra money, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hang on a minute here. I'm trying to find something.
Almost like they don't give a shit that we're seeing this nonsensical.
They don't at all.
She didn't sleep through the whole thing, Moonlit. She didn't sleep through anything. Go fuck me. Yeah, exactly. I mean, go fund me. Also kind of strange that the 100,000, isn't that the amount that her bestie, her sister, her roommate had in the bank? It's like almost like she's jealous or something. Like she wants to be her. Like, I need 100,000 too. Weird.
I'm sure she'll claim she had nothing to do with that, but you know
what? She can just. I don't care anymore what she thinks. Like we have questions. I have questions. I follow questions. The detectives never asked them. Nobody thought to say, oh, well, why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you call anyone? Oh, I called the roommate. So they didn't answer. Well, that even tells you more that there's something wrong. They didn't answer. Okay, well, maybe that is true. That you weren't imagining.
Why didn't you go check on them then? You're all in the same house. They're your best friends. You should have went and checked.
You say you're going to go to sleep, though. How could you sleep with the murderous shit that you just heard or thought you heard or didn't know what it was?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, since we watched that, now I want to go back to this again. This was the press conference that was dropped right after the sentencing. I know we watched this, but I want you guys to go back and listen to this now that you know what Nye has said, what we also, reading these reports and say, hey, Josie, and re-listen to this like I did this. I did this yesterday. Before I lost my internet. That was what I was setting this up for. Or day before yesterday. I'm sorry, guys. I lost my internet yesterday. Anyway, what were you saying, hon?
Look how he's facing them. Didn't he jump in at some point too?
Yeah, he spoke at some when there were certain questions they couldn't answer. He was listening the whole time.
He's scary. He scares me.
Yeah. Yep. All right, here we go. Just so you know, I feel like the only reason why this guy's the chief is nobody else wanted the job. Lana said that today too.
That guy at the front.
Right here, Dollinger, yeah.
Is the Brett Payne guy in this group or of people?
Yeah, he comes up here with Gilbertson.
Okay.
I know he's hard to see. I don't think he stands too much taller than the podium, so you might have a hard time seeing him.
I just hear like their names. I wasn't sure. I'm putting names to faces finally, or faces to names,
Right.
That we've been talking about finally. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, CZ.
My name is Anthony Dollinger, and I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the City of Moscow, the State of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Brian Kohberger brings the legal process to a close following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kayla Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families, friends, and loved ones of these four young people, the grief does not end because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families, and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on.
You wish.
As you were aware, Mr. Koberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true.
Don't see this. What's making me sick? He acts like he did something here. He did nothing here. Welcome, Gene. Good to see you. They and Warren, welcome to you as well. He did nothing. They did nothing. The way he's, well, forget it. Just listen.
He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion.
Protected from what? His intelligence of being able to see through you guys, maybe? That's what you're being protected from. Just, he can't call you out on who you truly are.
He wishes this was over.
But for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case.
I'm pointing out now, once again, after hearing what Nye said, this man and this man alone was calling all the shots for the prosecution. He was the number one big boy. He was the boss, okay? And nothing went through or happened unless he said okay to it. So remember that, okay? Nye, Smashley Jennings, none of them people could have done anything unless Bill said, okay, you do it. That's facts. So he knew everything that went through. He knew everything yes, he's the head Bill in charge. He knew there's nothing he didn't know about, okay? So he can't ever say, I didn't know this, I didn't know that happened, I had no idea. No, because you are the boss. You are the one that approves and disapproves everything, period. So remember that as whatever he says, he was the boss. He made the decisions.
Also, David,
I can
if you
tell
don't
you
mind, I'd like to say something real quick.
Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigator.
Sorry, buddy. What'd you say?
I was just wanting to point out that the defensive side or Ann Taylor cannot go to Bill Thompson with a plea deal. Bill Thompson has to go to the defense or Ann Taylor with the plea deal.
I looked this up. You're right, dude, because somebody said something the other day. I don't know if it was you or somebody else that brought that up. Because they keep saying that the prosecutor or the defense approached them, right? The only way the prosecution or the defense would have approached them is if they put it out to them first, somewhere down the line. So at some point, they're not going to tell you this because they have to make it look a certain type of way to make it look good for him. But if at some point, whether via email, a phone call, during lunch, in a meeting, Bill said, by the way, hey, we can offer a plea deal. That's how there was. Or that's how that works. That's what happened at some point. So it's somewhere, somehow, there was already a plea bargain on the table, which I don't doubt because of the way he is. That's all he ever does. That's how he's won so many cases, because it's plea bargain Bill. That's his name, plea bargain Bill. But anyway, so it's so, you know, it was out there, it was sitting there waiting, so on and so forth. And at that point, then the defense had to come back and say, okay, I guess we're interested. So,
well, as
that
you
was
read
that.
the video, there's something I want to point out. It's probably right about the end of it. I want to point something out to you about. Go ahead and play.
Say that one more time, bud.
I said that at the end of this press conference, there's something that Bill Thompson has said that I want to point out to everybody. The reason why things went down the way they gone down, and he didn't say it, but there's an underlining meaning to what he said about Brian Kohlberger at the end of this press conference. I'm going to point that out to everybody.
Gotcha. No, that's Josh Hurwitz right there. That is one of the Idaho State police officers. That's Chief Dollinger. Of course, we know him. Payne's in here somewhere with Gilbertson, I think, off to the left. You'll see he's the shortest person in the room. You can't miss him, and he's bald. So he hasn't stepped up here yet.
From day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 1.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realized that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them. But we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made. But this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts. Give this.
And yes, guys, if you need me to play something back, just let me know. I have no problem doing it.
Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 1.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom.
There's a question for you folks we should look into. When was the last time Bill Thompson actually went through a trial, a full-blown trial? When was the last time he did it? I want to look into it and find out.
Were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realized that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense that would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hipler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplified the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IGG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IGG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Leta County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They helped protect the grand jury's work. They pushed back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you, Idaho stands with you, and your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there. Yes.
What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Koberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Yep, I did, Miss Meg. We're yep. Interesting, isn't it? Whoever's backstage, you got to show me your face for like 3 seconds just to make sure we're going to see your face and not your waist, my friend. Just for 3 seconds, then you can shut your camera back off before I bring you up here. That's all. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, Meg? Okay, you're good, bud. You can shut that off. Yeah, and it's interesting. for sure, Meg, for sure. We're gonna get into it, guys. Don't worry.
There was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Brian Koberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it. We utilized. It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon used, not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Kaylee Gonzalez. Can you confirm?
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house.
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And though it doesn't make sense, and it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So,
Frederick.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll on that one other.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There was a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Brian Koberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or if you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There is something I need to say, though, real quick. This is the product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief? Yes.
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, incidentally be the bond crime. You said that it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her clients sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the
only when it comes to you, sir, and the rest of your team.
Court or us the power to require.
Welcome, Dustin. Sorry, I didn't welcome you yet, my friend. I forgot to say that. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being here and covering this as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
a specific factual allocution.
Oh, Dustin.
Just let me
Hi,
finish.
Krista.
And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts.
I'm going to venture to say that Brian made that decision, not them, but okay.
I agree with you.
We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Kane and Lieutenant Robertson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Kane, that the chief of families told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-week manhunt, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that goes to show that there's some truth in this. So, that being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is.
Brent's gonna cry too. What the shit? Did they all eat onions for lunch or what?
Where you think or believe the clothes Coker was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics at the scene?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth. It's just kind of how we roll. But there is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to that.
And on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So.
What about the clothes and his ability to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kayla Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more than
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why did we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with. Over here.
Gene Stars of CNN, Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Brian Kohlberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done for Mr. Kohlberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense. It's also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition, Mr. Kohlberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohlberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Koberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are in possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Koberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one, not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the four victims or the two surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question's for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive for this?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question's for Anthony Dallinger, actually. I remember when Anthony was a heat cop assigned to talk to.
Based on what we've seen, Dean, and based on what the report states, I don't believe Brian's or his car were there at all that night. And that's just based on what we've seen. That the vehicle that's there is seen and been proven now to be the based on the document, Payne takes out the vehicle himself. I can't remember which one it was we read. Hell, I could find it though. It's not hard. He goes out and does the whole thing himself in the same vehicle. So they knew, and that's, we'll talk about that once we get through this. But yeah, I don't believe it. It was all them, every bit of it.
All of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're policing in Moscow?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Finn, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented level of interest in a court case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level of secrecy within the case. The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
I'm just wondering, did the lack of knowing the reason or the motive concern you when prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but we were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So,
and from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law, and even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence. And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in a human sense. But thank you for the question.
In the back.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah, so Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania.
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They help us a ton in framing our interview strategy rather. When we spoke to Mr. Koberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with. The idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down. So
it's calm, relaxed.
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see him in court.
Okay. Next question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mike Baker for the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Koberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, you can add to that?
No.
Yes.
Just wondering if you ever had the idea of what made Mr. Koberger take a plea deal at the end?
No. That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to the investigators? I know there's some reports that there was a load of pirates through container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one surviving roommates in her statement, and
man,
was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
You had an expert who was going to testify about.
It's amazing to me that these two don't know anything. They don't know what that was. They don't know what this was. They don't know who the target was. They don't know why they targeted the house. What the hell do they know then to be able to have this man in custody and have him in prison right now for the rest of his life? Nothing. You're muted. You're muted.
Probably a good thing.
There you go. But yeah, they have nothing, guys. They're every direction, every corner we turn.
Nothing. And
We
he's
don't
saying
know.
it.
We
They're
don't know.
saying it. They're saying it. We had nothing. We know nothing. He was calm. We had no leads. We had no. What are you saying? What the?
They're saying that they
had nothing.
Without saying it to the world, in my opinion, they're saying they know that Brian didn't do this. That's just how I'm taking this. Okay.
They are.
Bill Thompson knows. Hey Tracy, Bill Thompson knows that Brian did not do this. These two, Big and Little here, Big Chuck, Little John here, they know that he didn't do this.
That's why he's so down.
They know. They know. They have no proof. They have this tiny little speck of bullshit they say they have that I don't even believe in it anymore, and I haven't for a while. They know that he didn't do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Brett, this guy right here, this mini-me guy here, I don't like the way he's done things, so of course I'm being insulting. I probably shouldn't be, but whatever.
Well, no, they're little punks.
He is for sure. But he took the car, the same car, the school car, he calls it. It's in the report, and drove the same pattern that the plainclothes officers drove from the Banfield that night. In turn, he knows that wasn't Brian doing that. Okay.
Yep.
He knows that it was his officers doing that, and still allowed for this to go through.
Yep. This is crazy. It's so insulting.
Do y'all remember in one of the hearings, Bill Thompson went up there and said something about the alibi? And Koberger said, well, I was driving that night. And then he made a statement saying that, well, we know you was driving, but if you think back way back in Lake Talk, they was wanting the alibi then, and then something happened with his alibi. So Bill Thompson got upset about it. That statement that he made about Brian Koberger's a liar and all this, and that, and the other, that was because he never gave him a straight up alibi, and he is upset about that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But let me ask you something. If you got accused of doing something that you did not do, then why would I offer you an alibi?
Stargazing is fine. I mean, whatever. But he wasn't just driving. I mean, he was driving.
That's not enough. That wasn't enough for him. But no, I agree with you, Hemisphere. That's a good point.
And not only that, the court docs that was just released about the Banfield, pretty much told you what was going on around the neighborhood at the time of the crimes.
Yes.
That was an unmarked police car that was so happened to be patrolling the area right about the same time as their the DoorDash driver was so happened to be in the neighborhood at the same time. And she just so happened to be walking up and down the path, and they saw several people around the house right about the same time, and he didn't really think too much of it other than he was just looking for open containers.
Uh-huh.
So
And he basically probably watched the actual suspects going into the house.
Right. And if you look at the Banfield video later on, whenever they had the students around them with containers in their hands and they writing them a ticket, you can see 4 figures running from that house.
Yep.
Yes, you can.
And nobody this is what talking about narrative. They wanted to stick with the narrative. It did not matter what Brian Kohlberger had to say. It didn't matter nothing. Everything, we had to stick to the narrative because they wanted this gone.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I just said that earlier before you popped up here, that even if somebody came forward that had a knife in their hand and said, "Here it is, I did it," they'd say, "No, you didn't. Go away. No, you didn't. It wasn't you."
They found numerous knives, correct? In the woods?
In different places in Genesee and stuff, yeah.
How are you not, like, how are you saying you never found the weapon then? You found plenty of weapons. You even found the one you thought Brian used.
They stated that they didn't match the
No, they don't even know.
the victim's wounds and stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, everything that they've done is to protect that town and that university.
That narrative.
That's it. Because at the same time, think about it. At the same time, about a year or so later, right about they just bought Phoenix, the University of Phoenix or the Arizona College.
Oh, they were trying to buy it, yeah.
Mm.
So they had a lot of that going on, and that was negative publicity on their campus. They wanted it gone. That's the reason why they went ahead and destroyed the house, tore down the house.
That was hard. That was, wow.
Yeah. So
a crime scene with no charge. You didn't go to trial yet and convict somebody yet, and the crime scene's gone. And the body.
They don't want no negative publicity on that campus because they can't afford to lose anybody.
Well, what is it? The murders aren't going away. They happened on their campus. Brian was not a teacher there. And it's going to look really bad when it looks like they got just a random person. So, I mean, really protect the university. It's like, for how long though? I don't know. Would the town be able to? I think that guy right there, Santa, F, I'm calling him, is the one who I swear he's the one who's running everything. And I think that he even ordered the you know what? I really do.
I don't. You're talking about Bill Thompson. I don't know about that part of it, but he's definitely in charge of everything else. Nothing was going to go past or go by through this via the prosecution or any of that unless he said okay to it. So that's
sorry,
all.
I got to take my tinfoil hat off. I went all weekend with this.
You're okay. You're you're allowed to have any feeling or thought you want, Krista. I'm just saying that's my opinion. You have yours.
Yeah,
I respect yours 100%. There's no worries about that. But he definitely was in charge of everything that went on in this case as far as the prosecution side of things, and nothing was allowed past him without his okay. You know what I mean? So how can they know everything but at the same time know nothing at the same?
That's what they were saying. That's like, what are you saying?
That's a good point.
What they
Kevin.
said.
That's the way it's supposed to be. They know. I feel like they know. I could be wrong, but I feel like they know, or at least have an inkling as to who truly did this.
Yep.
But they already have what they had to have, and they can't let that go now, and that's sickening to me. Like I said, if somebody walked up to them right now with a knife and said, "Here, I did this. You need to let him go. It wasn't him." They'll say, "No, you need to go away. It wasn't you. We know who did this. It's over with. Bye."
But they weren't even on his trail. They weren't even on his trail. The FBI gave them Brian. They weren't on his trail at all. So they didn't really do shit to find Brian. You know what I'm saying? The FBI tip is where they got Brian from.
They didn't do anything, period, in this investigation. They didn't do any of it.
No, so they don't even know. What are they even talking about? They didn't get the Brian.
That's what they're telling you. They don't know. This is
what the fuck?
I called it a victory lap before, but there's no reason for the victory lap because you have no victory to be excited about it.
You had no
kind of like those good old fellas. Yeah, you did a good job, man. Appreciate it.
Right.
Yeah.
But you didn't
they're proud, you know.
They're patting themselves on the back for getting away with it is what I think they're patting themselves on the back for. That's what it is. They got away with it is what it is, okay?
The tears are because they're happy. They're happy.
That's what the victory lap is. They got through it. They got away with it without being, well, they knew that their people know, but
yeah.
they weren't called out on it anymore. They didn't have to explain anymore. It's done. We got away with it. Move on. That's what that's all
There's
about.
a lot. There's a lot going on. So whenever I saw Josh, the prosecutor, come on his team, remember about a little bit before that, he was involved in one of the biggest drug busts in Idaho history.
Yes, he was. That's what he used to do.
And how fitting that he stepped down just to get on his team. And that's when I thought,
It's very convenient. And that's if you notice when Josh Hurwitz came on board with the prosecution, I've always had my feelings about that. That seems to be when things kind of started going a little downhill to me. I mean, they already were pointed in that direction, but when he jumped on, I think he got on board and pushed and made it go a little faster downhill. This is, again, my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. There's no facts to point to that, but it just seems convenient. That's all I'm saying.
It's pure speculation. I think it's something that borderline of what Pavarotti's been talking about.
Oh, I can agree. If you look at some of what Pav just said last night, I think it was, where he brought up the fact that Molly was probably, I'll condense it real quick and see if it makes sense, but Molly McMichael was probably set to testify, could have been set to testify for the defense. Okay. In some aspect. And all of a sudden, this video comes out, blah, blah, blah. And you noticed, if you look at some of the reports I was reading, that they were as early or as soon as that video dropped, they were all over that video. Okay. In those reports, it was like flies on shit real quick. And it seems like they got a hold of her and brought her on, because then she's talking about how she's got to testify for Brian, or against Brian, I'm sorry, which is the opposite. And if that was something that was going to happen on the side of the defense, that was pretty much probably the most exculpatory evidence there could have been, that it wasn't Brian that she saw, so on and so forth. Well, at that point, you've lost your continuance, you've lost your alternate suspects. Now you lost this. What else do you have? You hit a brick wall.
And that's the reason why, in my opinion, that not only was it narrated by the prosecution, but it was also narrated behind the scenes with Hitler. I think when he took over the case, it was already discussed with him that this is going to be the narrative, so stick with it.
Right.
We want it all hush hush. We want it all gone away.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
That's just my opinion. But
I agree with you. It makes sense. I think what she was saying, Alicia, is like Dylan McCabe, as in like
McCabe
from the Karen Reed case, and she just put Dylan's name in front of it. That's all. It can be.
I kept Bethany's Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie, and did the same type of thing, right?
Yep. And Nerfing Chloe, rest in peace, Chloe.
Right. Welcome, Angela. Thank you for joining us. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. And like I said, I know what you're saying, Hemisphere. I agree with you.
That kind of makes sense to me, because the very first thing that you alluded to it earlier about what he said, the very first words coming out of his mouth was, "I don't want to be here."
Facts.
That's it.
Yeah, that was exactly what he said. I don't want to. I can't remember exactly how. He's something along the, I'd be lying to you if I told you I wanted to be here, or something like that. And I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, I really don't want to be here, but I'm here. So,
and you could tell by his physical actions that he didn't want to be there. It was obvious, and it's almost like he was sitting there, like it was a waste of his time to be there. The whole doing this shit and this and this, like, are we done yet? This is a waste of my damn time. I know that he's guilty. Let's move on and find him guilty and that be done with it. That's basically what I got from him. I'm sure he'd deny it, but I don't, that's what I believe. And Busy said, did you hear Santa say that jurors usually go with the law and the judge? Yes, I did. I did.
What evidence were you going to show them? That's what I wanted somebody to ask. What evidence did you have to show them to convince them that he did this?
And that's the thing is I got to wonder, did the defense think we don't have a chance with this jury?
I don't know how.
You know, I mean, if it's on it, like, well, as Eddie always says, in an upright world, okay, a right side up world, then yeah, he should have had a chance with the jury.
It's funny that they keep going with the narrative of the knife sheath in the what do you call that? But the coroner came out in the beginning and said, no, the wounds don't match that kind of knife. It was a bigger, kind of like a sword kind of a knife.
And
they hushed her up real quick.
Same thing in Karen Reed case. Remember, they shut her up too.
Yeah, I've always thought that it was I've always said I think it was a machete. That's my opinion, but at least for one of the weapons, they're saying there's two at least, and they're saying all this stuff now that he's in jail. Okay, now that he's been convicted, they're saying all this stuff. Why didn't they say all this stuff before? Because they couldn't. Because it would have blown their case. It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
They couldn't take a chance on having him walk away. They had to get somebody to be the scapegoat and put it on him.
That's part of my biggest question with this, Hemis, is that
if that's your pitch about your town and your college, and to say you're more than welcome to come and be a part of it, but we got this big elephant in the room right here, so let's just ignore that. But you're welcome to come up here. Just know that if you break the law, we're going to set you up for it.
Or even if you don't, for that matter.
It's crazy.
Even if you don't, I wouldn't want, as beautiful of a state as it is, I wouldn't want nothing to do with Idaho. Nothing. And believe it or not, guys, it doesn't just happen in Idaho. It happens all over the place, sadly. But that's put a bad taste in my mouth for Idaho, period.
I agree, but this is so blatant and it's right in front of everybody. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I was watching seriously, and I'm getting to a point now when I'm watching somebody else do Idaho 4 now. I just turn them off because you're not in the docs. You're going by what has already been reported and what's right in front of you. We all need to look at this with a critical eye. That's my point in all this. We really need to hold our judicial system in our own states.
Yeah.
This is laziness.
Oh, this goes beyond lazy.
This is like 5 lives ruined because they don't want to do their job or something. Whatever happened, it's a lot of families and lives that are ruined because they doing whatever this is. And then no explanations, that nobody, acting like you care about the families, acting like you care about the victims, crying about it. But then you're sitting there, Brian's family too. You're not giving us any reason to think that you did anything to make us feel any safe, like people feel any safer. If all this word gets out how bad this is, which I don't know how it's not, like I don't know how the town wouldn't be extremely upset, and the university. I wouldn't send my kid there.
Well, they know that Moscow relies on U of I, and U of I relies on Moscow. So, I mean, it's gonna be. That's part of the reason why I think this went like it did. That's just my opinion, but I feel that way. Dustin, do you have any thoughts or anything to add to this, buddy? If you're still there,
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you. You're good.
And I think that the situation is very sad to me, and I don't think he did it. I think that he's innocent, and that's just my opinion about it. My opinion thinks that they need to go and they need to rethink this because it's very. I see a lot of red flags and I see a lot of red flags from this, and I don't think that. I think that he's innocent, and that's just my opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that, buddy. I appreciate your opinion. Thank you very much for speaking on it.
Do you live in Indiana? Where do you live? Indiana, I think. Or
I live in Illinois.
Illinois. Sorry, I knew it wasn't. I wasn't sure if it was Idaho. I was like, wait a minute. I think Dustin lives close to there.
Okay, thank you, Bemmy. I'll be waiting for it. Appreciate that. Yeah, there were. That's a good point, Norma. 7 officers retired. Fry retired and tried to run for sheriff and lost. Surprise. And then he said he was retiring, but now he's working in Washington as the chief of another department. Why are all these people walking away?
Yeah, that's a big red flag too.
If it's a
you
great
got the judge walking away from it too. Judge walking away from it.
Judges are retiring. I can see judges doing it. Triple J retired, I believe. I hear Hitler's retiring after this. We got judges and attorneys and police officers all retiring, mostly police officers in Moscow. What if it's such a great place to work and live? Why are you retiring or leaving and moving on to another job? Brett Payne no longer works for Moscow. He works for the U of I now. Surprise. I think that even the Washington PD chief, he quit and he went to, where the hell did he go? I can't remember, but Bill Thompson said he was going to retire, but he stuck around to hang with this case, and he can run, or I think his full term is 27, I think is up, or 28, something like that. But he said he was even thinking about stepping away to take retirement early. Where are you going?
Right.
Where's everybody going? Now, Payne is working head of security for U of I now. I don't know how they're going to see him over top the golf cart, but whatever. But they're all just running. Everybody ran from this. Where are you going and why? Answer that
question. That's the number one question right there. Why are they running? Because they all know the truth.
Yep.
They all know what's really going on, and they do not want to go there. They want to get away from it.
That's 100%. I agree with you. I believe that. Other than that, I mean, for what other reason would you leave? Okay. Don't tell me that you're going somewhere to make more money, because I know what these guys were making. They were making quite a bit of damn money for what they were doing. It's ridiculous. We found that out a couple years ago too.
I thought back at the hearing when Steve G made his statement, I ain't gonna lie, I was hoping he's gonna call out Bill Thompson right then and there, because I remember that one little interview that he had before then. He said something about it, but they waited until everything was said and done. It was out of court when he said it. But that's a lot of calling Bill Thompson out on his stuff right there.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
LA Roger Lanier, he was retirement age. I think Payne Fry was. Thompson definitely is. He's been doing this for 45 years. So some of them, yes, are, but a lot of the officers that left MPD they're young officers. A lot of them were.
Yeah, they're all about his age, right? Brett's age.
Or younger. Yeah.
Yeah. They all look like students to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that are definitely, like I said, Thompson and Fry, Lanier. There was 2 others, I think, that were retirement age as well. But the rest of these guys that left Moscow were way younger. I don't know if they left for different, who knows what the reasons are, but it just looks weird is all I'm saying.
So I guess the big question to ask the panel up here, what do y'all hope that comes out of this? Regardless if it's Brian Kohberger or not, what do y'all hope that's going to come out of this?
The truth, the actual truth.
Go ahead.
Like the actual truth, like if this is a big cover up, then it needs to be exposed. And why? This is huge. This is forced murders of college kids that, it seems like they're just throwing these docs in our face. And if we the people are supposed to be able to see these things and question these things, and like they want to be on, it's just not transparent. And if there's a lot of questions that we haven't had answered that they don't want to answer, and that's not fair. And I think that, explain to us why you have him. It did make us feel like you actually got the right person, because I wouldn't feel safe if I didn't.
Well, they can't. That's the problem, is they can't, because they have no idea as how they got him. I'm not saying they have no idea how they got him. They have nothing proving that he did this. They've said that's in the last thing we watched. And no, Mama Bear, he was the chief in Moscow. He retired. He retired and then ran for sheriff, I think I said, and then he failed that. And now he works somewhere in Washington as the chief of one of those departments in Washington now. So he didn't stay in retirement. There you go. Yes, New Richmond. Thank you.
I hope he does the relief thing. The post-conviction relief is what I hope, and I hope that.
But that's not retirement. Yeah, I agree with you. That would be his best bet.
And they take these mother effers down. If they've done something to cover all this up and all that.
Well, and there's more reports coming from the Idaho State Police, like I said, I don't know if anything's going to come from the FBI. I highly doubt it, but I am going to start FOIA-ing things from certain places and see if what I get back on it. I know I tried some stuff already from Moscow. It was just blatantly denied. We cannot do your request at this time.
The FOIAs cost money? No, okay. I can try to get
some of them do. Some of them do.
Okay.
Depending on what it is, they started charging crazy amounts of money for some of this stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my feelings as well, but we'll probably never know who did that ever. And that's what makes no sense. The guilty plea is the proof. That's not proof I'm sorry, but that's not proof.
That's
and
what they said.
I forgot to add in Hitler and Triple J are definitely retirement age too. Sorry.
My first thought about that was, what if he's okay? All this time you stood silent. You say we got a non-guilty plea. The very first thing you said to your lawyer in Pennsylvania was you look forward to being what do you want to call it?
Exonerated.
Yeah, exonerated. Now all of a sudden, out of the blue, you want to change your plea to guilty.
Yeah, that bothers me.
I'm not buying that. I'm sorry. Okay, if you're guilty, and I can't help but put myself in Hitler's spot, but knowing Hitler the way I do, and then just the way that all happened, it just didn't happen like that. But I would have called him out on that, and I said, okay, you keep comparing yourself to Bundy and all these prolific serial killers. BTK was the only one that I can remember, I know of, that stood in front of the judge and everybody in court and gave details about his crime. If you did this in 10 minutes, enlighten us. Tell us how you did it. We didn't get that.
No, we couldn't. He couldn't do that. I think that's why one of the reasons why they didn't ask him. Thank you, Alicia. I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't ask him to, because they knew he couldn't.
Because he didn't do it.
Right. Exactly. He wasn't there. So how's he going to tell you anything about the scene? He didn't do it. So how can he tell you where the weapon is? He didn't do it. So he wasn't there. So he couldn't tell you anything about being there. And they knew that.
He's a complete liar too.
Well, that's yeah.
More than some folks, he's
that's the only way he could make that sound good as to why he didn't do that. And he tried to put it on his, like he said, they did it on his terms. No, you didn't. He wasn't going to tell you anything anyway. So good try again. Run some more of that invisible victory lap you're running.
Right. So it's like earlier I was talking about the alibi. So you didn't get that out of him.
There was nothing that he didn't have to give him anything. That's the whole point. Is truly, if you think about it, Brian didn't have to do anything, and neither did the defense team. The job in this situation like this, in a situation, is for the prosecution to prove that he did this, the defendant did this. They don't have to do anything typically. Okay. That's how the rule is, I guess you could say, for lack of better terms. But in this case, he should have, but they couldn't even do that. The prosecutor could not prove Brian did this. They had no proof coming from this guy and Santa over here. None of them had any way to prove that he did this. The only thing, and we've heard that stated by Nye and everybody else now, hey, Katie, the only thing they had in this case was the IGG. The only thing. And was that even allowed or going to be allowed? Well, who knows? I mean, I guess, but I don't know. I don't know that it was. I don't even know what to think as far as that stuff, because they had nothing else on him. And like Nye himself even said, we can't be expected to, how did he put it? You know, there's nothing more was going to appear. They kept saying, well, wait till the trial. Wait till the trial. We're going to see all this crazy evidence that they have, and so on and so forth. And Nye said, but there wasn't.
And also, Cy.
They just all said
that
it.
happened with Cy and how Hitler decided to handle Cy after his affidavit pretty much would have nailed the prosecution's case right then and there. And some of these jobs that they've had would have been gone.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why they didn't let him speak.
He didn't want to hear it.
I believe, yeah. And I believe that's why they didn't let him speak. I truly do. And I think that's judicial misconduct right there. The way that he spoke at and about Cy, that should be called into question. One of many things I could count on at least one hand that Hitler did as a judge that no judge should ever do.
It was right then is when I thought this is all about controlling the narrative.
Yo, nothing but yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's
yes,
when I see you. Now I see you.
He put the car under the street light. Yes, that's it's in the report we read. So
was right.
When they read Molly's report about she saw a tan sedan, so on and so forth, this little guy here purposely took the school car, same car that the unclothed officers were driving that night, and ran it under the street light, okay, to see what color it looked like. Guess what? It looked tan. And that goes back to what Ann said about it could be white or silver.
So how many colors out there in a black and white theme will turn out to be white? How many colors?
I mean,
quite a few if you're under the IR cameras and things like that. Yeah, quite a few.
According to them, stalk them, so it wasn't him anyway. No stalking, so you know.
What were you saying, Hemisphere?
Sorry.
I'm just saying about stalking was Santa Claus up here said in Latah, stalking was not part of it. He told that to the guy that was doing the survey to get the change of venue. He went up there and pretty much lost his shit.
Yeah, no, he absolutely lost his shit. He turned purple.
No stalking at all. Now the narrative has changed. Now all of a sudden they're stalking. Okay.
Yeah, just like before there was a camera angle. Before there was a what do you call it? A target. Then afterwards there wasn't. It's interesting, very interesting.
How they can change the narrative to fit their agenda and whatever they feeling like for today.
Mm-hmm.
To fit Brian Kohberger.
Yeah, I mean we
to make it fit.
Yeah, very interesting. Hold on. Yeah, I did get it, Bemmy. Thank you very much. So let's see. Yvonne says they were going to use a narrative at trial instead of IGG as to how they got to him. They weren't even going to use the damn IGG. Right. That's what I was saying earlier. I wonder what the narrative was going to be. I don't know what it could have been, Yvonne, because anything that it obviously could have been proven indifferent because it's not true. They already said they didn't have it. I'd like to know how that was going to work. I'd love to see how they were going to do that.
Exactly.
You know, they're bragging on the IGG, but weren't even going to use it. That's what I'm saying. It's very interesting.
I'm hoping that there's a lawyer out there that's looking at this, kind of like in the way that Boone got the lawyer that she got.
Yeah, she didn't deserve him. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you know, but somebody stepped out of nowhere and go, okay, this is wrong. I'm gonna help this guy out. I'm hoping that something like that happens because a lot of stuff like this it happens normally behind closed doors where the public is not aware of it. But this was like very obvious. This is in front of everybody.
That's why these channels like Dago's are important, really important, because nobody else, the mainstream media is not doing what you guys do and caring enough to actually talk about this. And look at all the work that a lot of people do, and it's honestly because they care. I really don't believe like Lana does it for money or anything. I know she does it for truth. And same thing. I feel for a lot of people, but I do feel like they think that we're the problem, and really we're not. I think we're part of the solution, in my opinion.
Yeah, get in the docs.
Nobody's trying to get the truth
do
out.
your homework. I had to turn seriously off earlier. I didn't even play maybe about 2-3 seconds of her, and I turned her off. Get in the docs. Quit being a part-time player. You want to be true crime. This is what you do. You're supposed to dig deep, find out if our judicial system is doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then something like this happens, then you can say, well, let's call them out on that. Because I got XYZ written right here. Yep. Grizzly, I'm going to have to say, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to call you out on that too. Come on now. You're starting to report stuff because it's all in the hearing. And it's got to be this, it's got to be that. No, look in the docs.
You're right.
Go and do your homework.
You're right.
Dig a little deeper. I mean, shoot. These elected officials, man, they're gonna
put it this way,
whatever they're gonna do. They're gonna cover it up, they're gonna cover it up. That's what they do. So elected officials.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta hold everybody accountable. That's just my opinion.
Well, without the docs,
I get held accountable every time I go. So it's something I did or I didn't do. I get held accountable. Everybody gets held accountable, and they're supposed to. You're supposed to get held accountable. It keeps you on the straight and narrow. We're supposed to be holding our elected officials in that same dang way. It's just my opinion. As a voter, I voted you in, and this is what you do. Oh no, we're going to get you up out of here. This is my opinion. But see, this goes along not just for Kohlberger, but it also goes along with a bigger spectrum in our country. It's so much bigger.
I agree.
And it starts with us. Right?
I agree.
And everybody that's watching this.
Yes, sir.
You have a right to vote. Go vote. Get these people out of here. They don't deserve to be up there. They don't need to be up there. Period.
I do agree.
Anyway, I had that on my heart. I just want to share that with y'all, man.
I appreciate it.
This bothers me. It bothers me so much.
As it should. I think it bothers all of us because it just isn't. I just don't know.
It's unfair. It's very unfair.
I pray that creators, angry Dago supporters are the catalyst for a complete and opinion open investigation into this case at the beginning. It would be nice. It would be nice, Thomas. I agree. I hope.
Without the docs, they're telling you that they lied to us, literally. I mean, even if you didn't have to go to this, they're telling you that they're contradicting what they told you at the very beginning. That's the first of it. Like, you don't even have to look at the docs, and you see that. You can hear it from their own mouths. What do you mean? What do you mean? You told us a completely different story. And now out of your own mouth, you're telling us you got them, and that was it. And somebody handed them to you. It's basically you had nothing until you got him.
This is true. Very true. I do have to agree. All right, let's finish this video up here real quick, y'all.
Including something off of its work computer, some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The Barnhards, I believe, is the name.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe many of his devices relatively effectively. So there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Did you get two cell phones, or was it just the one cell phone?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so
I don't
don't quote me
remember
if he had more at his home or office or somewhere else.
Computer that you didn't wipe?
Yeah, he regularly used software to try to clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
Okay, back here.
Kevin Fisher with Idaho State. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet over to Offer Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IGG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that part.
I'll start, and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there, and they started the process of working that, and what was the beginning of the IGG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation. I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind?
That was a lie.
Would you have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. The answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it. We would have found it.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. If we had to, we were going to open them up. But we both believe we would have gotten him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Front 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families who were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Right? Do you agree with that, or would you like to see a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this so such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly to the family?
Now, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were
But finally, he tells the truth. Really?
What's that?
Bill Thompson just said something true right there about Hitler.
Oh yeah, he does it every now and
We ain't gonna allow that in.
then. Right. That's a fact.
What was the other first part?
Why was this so such a quick, it felt rushed, so why did this happen so quickly for the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those.
Wow.
And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We've been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's me bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of the plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families and we talked to the families and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record.
In case he changed his mind, that's all.
If it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
The trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right, with the jury as a factor.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Okay, question here.
I just had a question about when you were looking into Koberger's past. Was there any early signs of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession. So,
and just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Koberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions. We are not aware of any behaviors like that that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
Let's take this question here, and then we're gonna have two more after that. Finish up.
Mr. Prosecutor talked about the individuals families before the plea deal was reached, including the Gonzalez's. Have you spoken to the Gonzalez's afterward about their displeasure with this? And if so, what has that conversation been like?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us. And I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units. And everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
Two more questions. We haven't called on you yet.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Maddie restaurant due to the vegan menu options. When the digital data was analyzed, were there any location pins or any information there that could have connected them to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. Like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it. I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there or that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just two follow-ups to earlier questions, if that's okay, so I can make sure we're understanding everybody correctly. First of all, Mike's question about the family. You said that you didn't get any evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Koberger's? Yeah. There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Okay, thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously you follow this line of interest in the studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that your investigation for Dr. Inlet as part of the plan was maybe that person.
As soon as we get through this, I'm pulling up these other documents to show you guys, reports to show you guys.
Purchase of the K-Bar knife on Amazon would have been the first, I guess, step toward.
Yeah.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Well, thank you all. That concludes our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions. And certainly the question was already brought up about public records requests. Just keep in mind that if you're looking for those in the future, you will need to go to each individual agency or agency that has the keepers of those records. So just to reiterate, the website that the City of Moscow is going to be putting up hopefully today, that will only be Moscow Police Department records, and those will be our police reports. So we understand that this case has captured the attention of literally the world, and today's news conference was not held to relive the tragedy, but to honor those lives that were lost, to acknowledge the conclusion of this legal process and to reinforce our wavering commitment to justice, a commitment we share with you. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the media here today. We understand that you do have a vital role in helping the public comprehend the intricacies of this case, and your continued professionalism in covering this emotionally charged and complex case is appreciated. No additional comments from law enforcement will be made today, and if you have further questions, please feel free to submit those through the agency's public information officers. Thank you very much.
Dago,
Yes, ma'am.
is anyone else just shaking their head at this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. That's why we were watching it.
Is it me, or are they talking out of both sides of their ass?
And the middle, too.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Because they were like, oh, like he studied this coursework and blah blah blah, but that didn't exactly, that's not what led us to him. You got to be shitting me.
Right.
Right.
And then what else did they say? We reached out to the families and took in great consideration how they felt. That's bullshit too.
No, you didn't even think about it once.
I'm over it. I'm so over it.
They didn't. And like I said, they this whole thing thus far, before we even look at these reports, is based off of there was nothing but prosecutorial misconduct, in my opinion, judicial misconduct, fraud, in the aspect that he was arrested on fraudulent charges because they didn't have anything to. Okay, let me rephrase that, because the charges are real, but he was arrested under fraudulent circumstances. Okay. And this whole case is full of nothing but lies, which is why I titled it Fraud, Lies, and Prosecutorial Misconduct, because that's every bit of what this is. The entire thing. They had nothing, and I mean nothing, and I just proved that once again by going, that's why we went through that again. Nothing at all to prove that he was the guy that did this. Nothing. They said it out of their own mouth.
I've been in here for about 5 minutes, and these people know how to make me mad so quicker than anybody I've ever met.
I think that goes for everybody that watches them. As soon as they open their mouth.
Okay.
It's all lies and bullshit. That's why.
It's just awful to me. Like, I just can't get over it. I mean, you know me. Like, I just can't get over it. Like,
I get it.
It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
I agree.
Agreed.
I'm going down rabbit holes that are like crazy. I was convinced they were feds yesterday. I had myself convinced that all 4 of them were feds and so was Brian. Like, it's making me go down really crazy rabbit holes that I know in my right mind are like probably not true. But it's like, I don't know. Nobody saw the bodies, right?
Well, and I ask people that think that he's guilty. I'm like, what makes you think he's guilty? Yep. Or they said, or even people that think that he did it. They're like, I think, like my sister, she's like, I think he killed those kids. And I said, well, what makes you think that? And she goes, it's just a bunch of rabbit holes, to be honest. I'm like, but can you explain to me what the rabbit holes are? Can I go down that with you so that I can understand where you're coming from? And they can't even tell me.
No, especially because like the rabbit holes, the evidence are in the docs is what we're talking about. You know what I mean? The rabbit holes are just where we're going to figure out why the docs are so effed up. That's the rabbit holes, right? But we're seeing what you put in the docs, and it's factually not what you told us. It's factually wrong. Like, where are you leading to Brian Kroberger? How is he crazy? How is he a killer? Am I muted? I'm not muted, right? How is he crazy? Like, how is he a sociopath? How did you get to him? He wasn't guilty until he said it. You know what I mean? So that's not, you can't use that. Oh, he pleaded guilty.
The only thing that makes me think that he's guilty is the fact that he is admitting to it and didn't, appeal his charges, and he's not doing himself any favors.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that
I don't even feel. I at first I started thinking that too, JC, but now the more I've read through these reports, and just listening to Thompson and Nye and the lead investigators, I feel even stronger now of his innocence than I did before he even pled to it. Truly, it's just ridiculous. The absolute and total bullshit that this is. I mean, it's ridiculous. There's not even words for it. So the more I see, read, and hear, and I'm about to pull these other ones up too, it's just he's absolutely couldn't have been responsible for it. That's how I feel.
I don't really think that these are hard questions for them to answer either. You know what I'm saying? There's just a few follow-up questions that maybe you could answer for us. You know what I mean? To make us stop going nuts, or can't you? You know?
They don't care.
That's then why give us anything?
Is it me, or when we reading through the docs, do y'all get the feeling that this was like some of it was ignored?
Oh my God, yeah.
1,000%.
Listen, they did not. If you remember what I was reading, there was no follow-up here. They didn't follow up with half of this. As you saw many, many times, I pointed out Brett Payne didn't record half of the interviews that he had. Probably more than half. They didn't follow up with any of these things for the most part. Just a one-time deal, and okay, that was what my answer was. Moving on, next person. Never went back. I mean, this was not this was not an investigation, not at all.
No.
I could point out to the Banfield, which I've already done, and then the other one was about the apartment that was, I think, was behind the house or something with Showalter.
Yeah.
And the maintenance guy walked in and seen all kind of blood all over that apartment.
How do you think the maintenance guy got there? If Showalter was out of town, do you guys think that Jack Showalter actually set that appointment up with his maintenance guy? Because I don't.
Nope.
I think that was a ploy that the police used. I think somebody from if not Payne himself, called and pretended to be him and said, "Hey, because I need you guys to come check out my water quality."
What does that even mean? The amount of water that comes out, or the quality of the water? What does that even mean?
Yeah, they said a tenant reported something. Listen, folks, the police lie all the time to get what they need to get, and they probably had no way to get into that building. Well, they didn't based on what they saw, unless they had, justified reason, is what the judge said, to get a warrant. So then that come about. I just feel like that was bullshit.
There you go. Can
I
you
feel like they
explain?
created that.
Can you explain the water check to me exactly?
From what it read, I believe it said to check their water quality. If that's who the hell says that, I don't know what that was. If Twiz said something about another tenant reported something, I don't believe so. I think it was PD trying to get into that apartment, and that's how they did it.
Was it at the girls' house?
It was at Jack Showalter's apartment.
At Jack Showalter's apartment. Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe anything they say at this point. Nothing.
And it was down the road?
It was on Queen, right there next door, like right by them.
Okay.
Just bullshit, pure bullshit. Listen, I'll eat my words if they can show me how they did it. If they can show me the work order that was put in and when it was put in and who by, fine. Other than that, I don't believe anything they say. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I believe.
How would Brian even do? First of all, we're forgetting too the 7 minutes. All these people now that we know that were walking into the house at that time. How did he escape seeing all those people seeing him? How do you do all that with the 4 of individuals that are approaching the house now that we know allegedly? We can see it. How did he escape all the cameras and all that? Nobody saw this man come in and just murder 4 people. I doubt that. You know what I'm saying? And he picked that house with all the lights of the people.
Right.
And in the apartments, and
based on what they're saying is he just picked the house at random. They don't know why. It wasn't premeditated. Bill even said, for all we know, he could have just picked it right before he did it. Shut up.
That's ridiculous.
Just shut up.
He must have had such good luck. Like they said, he's Brian Wick. What is he, John Wick? Like, go gadget arms.
and he killed two people simultaneously at the exact same time. They used two weapons. The guy's got dyspraxia. And
by the way, and all this was plotted and planned in January.
Right.
He was in Pennsylvania in January with
Well-
Greg Kopaka, and they both of them sitting there just plotting and planning this daggone thing all the way across country to people they don't even know.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm having issues.
Well, then they turned around and said that he didn't premeditate it. That Bill said. So, like, make up your mind. I don't know.
He just chanced that 6 people weren't going to turn around and just kill him instead. Come on, how did he know that 6 people weren't going to turn around and it's one person? I mean, you think that, unless you have like go gadget arms, you're not getting all these people at once, or you're chancing it anyway. It just and then somebody's going to just let you leave. She doesn't even know you, allegedly, with a weapon in her hand and a toothache.
Yeah, that's the toothache.
Because you got to remember, he flew in on a spaceship to the deck,
Right.
and is a ninja, and is a ghost, and
Yep, John Glick. Yep, he's all those things. I mean, he's literally like the guy in The Accountant. What's his name? That married Jennifer J-Lo. That guy in The Accountant. That how he's just like shh. He literally that's what he was.
Yeah.
Spaceship came down and got him, and he was out of there.
It's a big old mess.
You think about all the serial killers that Brian Kohlberger has been accused of following: Ted Bundy, BTK.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever heard of anything from them that they have invited a parent or a dad or a mom come down and pick them up because they just chopped up a few people over here and for a getaway? We're gonna go cross country. Really? That don't make sense.
And they didn't even do it at one time. Apparently, he did this all at once, like 2 at once. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even do that. So apparently, he's even like crazier than them. You know what I mean? At random. It's like, what the hell?
It's a mess. It's a mess.
I'm not gonna lie, though. I'm not gonna lie. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Like, he is an interesting character. Like, he does have interesting, like, questionable past, but that doesn't make him what he's been accused of at all. I mean, there's still a possibility, like, but it's getting slimmer and slimmer because time is, it's getting slimmer and slimmer that I think he could be involved. But at this point, I'm not even. They have a long ways to go to tell me otherwise, but he could be involved. But it's getting further and further away from that for me, and I don't know.
It's wild.
I get it.
FBI got that tip that it was him. Why?
Roller coaster.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, but then the judge wanted him to make up a.
Because 2.5 years later, he's the easiest fall guy. That's why.
Yep.
And they don't want to do hard work. They just want to go with the easy way out.
So if they're monitoring all his phone calls in prison with his mother and all his and his parents, whatever, and they can't find anything that's linking to the case whatsoever, and this is a daily thing or routine for Kohlberger to do ever since he was in prison, talk to his mother, which is no crime in that at all. What are we talking about?
But whose responsibility is it to step in and say, hey, and who's not doing it? That's what makes me mad.
Well, they all need to be taking accountability for what has been brought out thus far, and nobody's saying a word. Why not?
Good question.
Where's the accountability at for this? What all these questions that every one of us could ask each one of them, where's it at?
Mm-hmm. Simple follow-up questions.
Where's it
I can
But
understand.
Dago, is it the DOJ's responsibility, or do they have
Well,
that?
first, I mean, yeah, it would have to be the Department of Justice to pull this out and say, hey, what's this all about? But they should be taking their own accountability for what they did and explain how and why, because it's bullshit.
Well, this is what I heard. Okay, so at the end, I heard that the reason why is because they was wanting to put his parents on the stand, and I can't help but to think, if I'm an innocent person and I've already doing this crime and I'm everything that we spoke about, Koberger, good light. Why would I take that as a threat? Why do you want to put my parents up there? You're already damaging my character anyway. My character has already been demolished at this point, just for the fact that I'm up here and I'm in jail.
Pretty much.
Well, what I'm saying is, if I have a mind frame of I'm innocent and I know beyond the shadow of doubt, balls to bone, that I did not do this, then it shouldn't be any surprise to me what they may or may not do to get me to do something that I don't want to do. And that's to plead guilty. We're going to trial.
Good point. Meg, check Discord real quick for a second, if you could, ma'am, please. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's just me. What really happened with his parents? Something had to happen when they're sitting there at the table, because we already heard Bill Thompson pretty much calling him a flat out liar. Okay. So what, you threaten him with his parents? You just wanting to know what's been talked about? You already got that info. I'm sure you can get into the phone calls in prison to know what they're talking about. So what is said in secret? What I'm saying.
Right.
There's no secrets. Everything is monitored in jail when you're having a phone call. So what are you talking about, Bill? What is it that his parents going to offer you? That, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So makes sense.
Dago, do you think that his sister said something to someone?
Nope, not at all. I don't think the parents were going to testify. I don't think his sister said anything. That was already debunked anyway.
Okay.
They said that she didn't say a word. So, I mean, unless they lied, but yeah. But like Twist said, that's already proven not to happen. So,
Okay. I was just wondering.
His parents were there to
didn't know.
support him and him alone, and they weren't going to do anything against him. So no, not at all.
That brings me to Ann Taylor. So what is y'all point of view about Ann Taylor? Or how y'all feel about her? Right at the end, she's a little bit disengaged. I feel like all these motions that's been denied has put a weight on her shoulders a little bit. Maybe she didn't know what other avenues she could go down, because everything that she has tried, Hitler pretty much said no, that's not part of the narrative, and threw it out. That's just my opinion. I don't know. But what are y'all thoughts on Ann Taylor? What are y'all feeling?
I personally feel like, and I know people won't agree. Hey, Natural Stage, good to see you. I feel that she did the best she could with what she had, and I think that I don't think she had a chance with Hitler, in my opinion.
She didn't.
And I feel like anything she asked for was denied of any importance. And that was the point. That was the whole plan, that they weren't going to give them anything. He didn't have a chance with anything that was going forward. And I think she kind of hit a wall. Everything was denied. And at that point, I feel that this was the best option for him to get the death penalty off the table and to be able to turn around and come back later and pull an appeal this way, or the, God, I always forget what this is called every time. Post-conviction, what the hell is it called? Assistance or something like that. And that gives him relief. Sorry. I don't know why I always screw that up. That gives him like a year plus, I think, to be able to do something in that aspect. And it kind of, like, for instance, if he were to take this to trial, okay, and was convicted, got death penalty, whatever, and filed an appeal, it takes a long time to get those appeals to go into processing, okay, to get things working. With something like, I think the post-conviction relief is very quick. It like fast tracks everything. And I don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure from what I read, that's how it read to me. So I feel like that would explain that in a sense. It would get things moving fast, and it would get his ball rolling per se without having to worry about it. But we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, you can't quote me because I'm not sure. But that feels like it would make some sense to me. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find this. I saw this document earlier in here. I had this opened up, and there's a bunch of stuff in here. But a lot of it is like, this is all the stuff from Pullman. A lot of this is, I'll show you here in just a quick second. Give me 1 second.
How are they able to hold him? Like, don't you have to, when you arrest somebody, don't you have to show what's it called, the affidavit or something, like right after to hold him? Like if you charge him with something, don't they have to have evidence to hold him or something? Am I thinking of when you're not charged yet? Like once you arrest him, like, and he says, I didn't do, like, what proof do you have to keep me here? You know what I'm saying? Like if they didn't confess to anything, right?
And they held him for over 2.5 years before all this went down too. So
I don't know how they were able to do that, like with a hearing or something. I don't know. No bail and stuff. I just don't know how they were able to. What did they show to hold him? I don't get it. Like,
I don't know. I think probable cause will have something to do with that, but
right.
To hold him for as long as they did.
They did what they were. Well, I don't even like to say that. The DNA thing was what they had to hold him on.
Gotcha. Okay, forgot.
Which is still, sorry, but
right.
A joke.
I mean, no bail at the time. It's like, what?
I still feel weird about even saying that they had his DNA, but that's me.
But it was obtained illegally.
I think that they got it from his job. That's right. If they got his DNA, I think they got it from his job, actually. Right? Because that was closer.
Well, listen. I got questionable with that when I found out that they didn't send the sheet. They sent a swab. They could have swabbed anything. They could have swabbed his apartment when they served the search warrant. They could have swabbed anything and got that.
Oh my God, you're right.
Sent that in. I mean, I don't trust anything they say.
There you go. You're right. I didn't think of that. I did not think of that when they went to his house.
They went to his house, his apartment.
Damn.
Or his parents' house, his apartment, and his office. They could have swabbed anything that belonged to him, truly, and sent it off in their little baggie. I haven't trusted that since I thought from the beginning they sent the sheath over. Okay. And I was like, okay, so then they did this, they did that off the sheath, whatever. And I was questioning it, but I was whatever. But then when I heard that, I was done. That was the end of it for me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they could have had his damn DNA before the crime happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know because they don't tell the truth.
Right.
Yep. Did you see them do that, Tara? You saw them swab the sheath? I'm not being mean here, but yeah, tell me you saw them swab the sheath.
I mean,
that's the only way I'm gonna believe that is if you or somebody else saw them swab the sheath.
Where though? They didn't. When the friends
you're saying that the Idaho
button snap.
Hold on, guys. That forensic lab swab. How do you know though? You saw them do it? Why is that so easy for you to believe? After everything we've just read and seen, it's then okay, they swabbed the sheath. I used to believe that it was on the sheath possibly.
I did too. I told
just don't
now.
understand why they wouldn't go after the other DNAs on the sheath as well. Like that's what's bothersome to me, is that there's other DNAs on the sheath and it's nowhere to be found and no names
Stopped
mentioned.
believing that a while back because of everything else that they've done. Why should I believe that?
Right.
Hey, Dago.
It's amazing. Chief didn't even belong to him anyway.
Hey, Terry. Sorry, I forgot you jumped up here. What's up?
I was gonna say I emailed you just a short, but it's about how the FBI now they have how they have set up a program where they can monitor do the phone pings, and they're not certified, but they still judges let them go in. It's like old cops that go in and take a 2-day course to learn how to do this, but they don't learn it all. But they still are allowed to go. They're not supposed to be allowed to go testify, but judges around the area, everywhere, are letting them go in and be, to testify. And then here's this judge that's calling Ray a conspiracy
theorist, right?
Where he has been training police officers all over the country and sold his company for $1 billion. I mean,
30 years experience. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, when you see the short, it just goes to show you it's not just happening here. It's happening everywhere.
Yeah, agreed. So don't believe or trust your government agencies.
What have they done to make us trust them?
Why would I do that, Tara? What have they done to make me trust them?
Never have my entire life, so I'm not only worried about that.
And this just makes it worse. I mean, what have you seen that makes you trust them? Truly, I'm sorry, but no disrespect intended. But I'm just saying, it's blind trust. They've given they've done everything, everything opposite of what I would expect to do to give me a reason to trust them. Is all I'm saying. Hey, Brian, good to see you. I will, Terry. I'm still trying to find this. Yeah, there you go. Let's go look at the PCA and BK's route of travel and then watch them admit that he didn't use main roads. They lied. They've lied many a times in here, Tara. That's why I do not trust them. And I was shady with it beforehand. They were sent a swab that Moscow PD was the one that did. They're the ones that did the swab. So why do I trust that? If they lied about all these other things and they improvised, for lack of better terms, with different things, why should I trust or accept that they swabbed that sheet the way that they say they did? And if they did, let's say they did, why did they ignore the rest of the DNA on it? I mean, I'll wait, but I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, I wish it was true. Tara, I wish that was true.
I wish I could trust it. I want to be able to trust it, but I don't.
You can't.
And I did. I did from the beginning. For a long time, I trusted that, okay? At this point, I don't trust anything about that. I'm sorry. And now they're backpedaling. In the beginning, that's a good point, Tomboy, that you just said. Prove he turned it off. Listen to Stana. At first, he said, they basically made it sound he definitely turned his phone off from the beginning, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In the end here, now he's saying, well, it's most likely that he turned his phone off. Most likely. Before you were sure of it, but now it's most likely.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's FBI experts are lying to courts about cell phones.
They're doing a lot more than that, too. A whole lot more.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when you watch this, it just makes you go, whoa.
How long is it? Hold on.
It's just a short. It's not very long.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. Let me get to this. Oh, I've seen this. This is actually a pretty good thing, Terry. I've seen this. Hold on. This is interesting, folks. It's just a quick one, but it's
It tells you,
positive.
wow.
Proof positive. Right. Here we go, guys. Hold on. By the way, I'm still looking through this to find that one report that I wanted to show you that kind of is like, what? And that's what the new Pullman reports that I just got.
How did the FBI go from making up a science to it becoming the standard in the industry? In 2018, the FBI created their own school and their own certification, and they trained a bunch of rookie cops to testify about cell phone location data. These cops take a 2-day class that teaches them how to click buttons on a tool and load in a spreadsheet. What they never teach in the course is how to analyze a call detail record. They taught these cops to rely 100% on the tool and not be able to explain the science. This 2-day class literally comes with a disclaimer when they log in. It does not constitute an individual as certified to testify, but judges that are law enforcement friendly across the United States still let them testify. They don't care if the science is accurate. They just want convictions. 95% of our digital forensics industry is ex-cops that went to the same 2-day school. The problem is challenging them, and who's going to challenge them?
Subscribe to the NACDL channel.
How did the FBI go?
That's kind of interesting, ain't it?
Yeah, it just like blew my mind.
Mm-hmm. Authoring was not even accredited till 2024 for F's sakes. Don't even with accreditation. That's a good point. Good point.
They,
I agree, Lucy.
You're familiar with the Petito case, right?
I'm sorry, say again.
The Petito case,
oh yeah. Absolutely, Brian Laundrie, Gabba Petito's situation, unfortunately, but I followed that one in the beginning.
But they coincides to the Moscow Police Department, and that's the reason why they got that. The family went after them for the to get sued, basically.
Yeah,
because if they would have had a little bit more training and be able to spot or notice that what was really going on, we all knew. We know now that he was abusing her. This was
definitely. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that. I didn't even realize.
Had the Moscow, whatever that the police department's called, I'm thinking Moscow.
Northport, or not Northport?
No,
Wait,
no, the one in Utah.
Yeah. I know I'm thinking of where they were from, but yeah, Moed? I know what you mean. Moed. Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, the Petitos got a lawsuit against them. I guess it's already said and done because they could not be able to put somebody in jail for that or spot the signs of being abused or whatever your case.
Well, they dropped the ball in that case, in my opinion, when they did the stop there, Hemisphere, that police stop, when they separated them and they basically were going to charge, if anybody, they were going to charge her for it. Okay. And that ball was dropped and rolled far, far away from that situation. And they definitely did not handle that the way that should have been handled, in my opinion. So that was a mess.
Yeah, I mention that because there's a lot of misconduct from law enforcement, and that's like that.
No,
you could have already that bud has been sealed right there.
Big time.
You know,
absolutely. Real quick. Sorry. Thank you so much, Phil, for the gifted memberships. And it looks like Invisible Karma, Bobby X, Combat Vet. Oop, wait a minute. Leah, Christy, and wait a minute. They're all broke up. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's one more somewhere. Where'd it go? Oh, Invisible Karma, Bobby X, Combat Vet, Leah, and Christy. Well, congrats and welcome to the sauce. And thanks, Bill. I appreciate that very much. Very generous. God bless. But yeah, I agree with you, Hemisphere. There's a lot of that kind of stuff that goes on, and it's everywhere. and it's in a lot of different aspects. The Deborah Collier case, for anybody that wasn't familiar with that one, was out of Georgia. I covered that one pretty deeply too. There was police corruption and ignorance in that. The sheriff on that case was an absolute asshole and refused to look at certain things that he probably should have, and they deemed that a suicide. No. That woman did not dump gas over top of her head and light herself on fire. No, she didn't do that. I'm sorry, but she didn't. And that's just unbelievably, it's bullshit. And the things that they did, that was a lazy investigation. Once again, thank you, Krista, very much. Donated 5 more memberships. That's awesome. Let's see, where'd they at? Where'd they go? Robin 407, Peanut Meme Jean, Lady Creations, and then Colleen Kelly Calkins. Congrats, welcome to the sauce, and thank you again, Krista. It's very generous of you.
You're welcome, guys.
Very much appreciated. Deborah Collier, yeah, she was out of Georgia. That whole case was absolutely insane to me. If anybody followed it, I know that a few of you guys that were here with me did, but it wasn't suicide. There's no way in hell she did that to herself. Listen, and this is just my wife and I, she actually helped me on that one a lot. If somebody that wants to take their own life is in pain of some form, okay, to do that to yourself is like one of the most excruciating things you can do pain wise. And that's like absolute suffrage in that sense when you do it.
Damn.
So you're not, no, the stats on that, on a psychological aspect, it just doesn't happen, especially not a woman. Okay. It would have been, if you're going to do it, it's like pills or a gun or something like that, but not that way. And they did nothing but drag their ass and feed on that one. And it was so lazy. It was bullshit. They didn't look at the people they should have looked at, in my opinion. At least not deep enough. And they didn't look at the crime scene better than they should have. It was just stupid. It was weird. Thank you, Pappy. Gifted a membership as well. And it looks like Jennifer Taylor got that one. Congrats. And thank you for that, Pap. Appreciate it. We're up to 11, guys. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys so much.
Until we hear something about Idaho 4, I'm going to have to assume that this is pretty much a done deal unless something happens.
I expect something to come soon, Hemisphere. I'm within the next month, I expect to see something. And I said that before. If I don't, I gotta wash my hands.
I just want to throw this out there to you, Dago. Huerman's case up in New Jersey. That's going to be the next big one.
Mm-hmm.
What? Jersey? What?
New Jersey, the serial killer that's took.
Oh, the Rex Harriman case.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that's already pretty big.
And from what the last time I heard, this goes way deeper than New Jersey. This got other states involved.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, there's a lot involved with that, and there's a lot of corruption involved in that one too. That's absolutely in your face. I mean, there's no two ways. That's a lot along. It reminds me a bit of except for the circumstances, it reminds me of the Karen Reed with the corruption and type thing.
Oh wow.
There's a lot of. I think they're going to be still finding more people involved in that one. Possibly.
Why do we question stuff? Can you see why we question stuff?
That's exactly why, right there. Let's see here.
Anyway, I haven't heard
reality
anything.
TV. That's all. I'm in a reality TV bubble. I believed him. I thought he was guilty. I really did. I thought Brian. I didn't look into this stuff until Karen Reed case. And to start paying attention to it. That's why
I mean, that's what they wanted, though, Chris. That's not your fault. They wanted everybody just to go, okay, he was arrested, so he did it.
I believed all of the narrative that they gave us.
I did that. When they first arrested him, I did do that. I said, okay, they got their guy. Why would I think to question it at first? Okay. I had no reason to. And then they put out the probable cause affidavit. And when we all sat here and read it, whoa, everybody started questioning a little bit.
It's just, I'm glad that I did, because It's just, I mean, I don't know, like, it's not, I mean, I believe that making noise and being louder and being like the people getting louder is what has to happen, you know, because I don't think it'll go. If not, it'll just go away, and he'll just, I don't know what he would do. You know, I don't know. I think that it's good that he has maybe some backing of a bunch of people that don't even really know him. Kind of like a mock jury almost we are, you know. I really don't think that 18 people would have found him. They wouldn't have been able to place him there. I think he got scared that if he got the death penalty, they would push it along quick or something, and he would never have a chance. I think that's one of the main reasons that he didn't think about if he thought about what would happen to him. They brought back the firing squad there. And what if they pushed it along, because they've already effed him up as it is. And then what if they pushed him along and he didn't have a chance to fight it? And that's why one of the reasons I think now that he did this, because he started to see how effed this was and how corrupt they were, and what they could literally execute me before I have a chance to even prove my innocence again. You know, that's a awful thought.
Hang on a minute. Please excuse me real quick, guys on the panel, 1 second. I don't know whoever started whatever's going on in the chat, but stop now or just leave, please, because I'm not going to watch this back and forth shit from other channels coming in here. If something happened in another channel, let's leave it there. It didn't happen here. It doesn't need to go on here, period. I'm not going to say it again. Thank you. I respect other people's channels and other people. I expect that to happen here. And if my mods are saying something and they're being ignored, then you're definitely going to have to leave. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to be rude or mean, because I do respect a lot of people in here. Stop now or just go. My apologies. What the hell was I saying now? Damn it. I can't.
It just keeps happening. It keeps happening. You guys said about the Delphi case. I didn't know anything about that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have known anything about the Karen Reed case. I wouldn't have nothing about this until I really started looking at it. And I'm on YouTube. And I still was not into that, you know?
I'm sorry. Hold. How am I letting somebody do it? I didn't even see what it was. So no, I didn't let anybody say that. I just asked for whatever was going on to stop. I didn't see what. Okay, I'm not dealing with it. So whatever's going on, it's done. Who started what in here? That's all I want to know. So I'm not letting anything happen, okay? That's why I wouldn't have addressed it if I was letting it happen. And what happened in here that okay, if it happened in here, what was it? Because I didn't see it.
Neither did I.
That's one of Jeff's crony friends. I told you they were following me around, and she was the first one that jumped on me, figured it out. I'm looking. I can't see it, so. Why? If people, I've said this 1,001 times, if people don't like each other, block each other so you don't have to see each other and what they're saying. That's the best way to do it.
You can block some people's comments. You don't have to see their comments, to be honest.
You can just block that person. You don't need to see anything they're saying. That way this doesn't happen and distract the entire chat. It's enough, okay? It's enough. We're adults in here. And we need to act like adults. So whoever attacked who, okay. And that shouldn't be being said, but what was said beforehand too, because I don't see it. This community doesn't roll this way, and it's not going to, period. I love that I get to do this now.
Sorry.
A right to defend yourself. Okay. Who started what in here?
Nobody wants to come at anybody. Actually, that's not. Let's just be respectfully disagree. Isn't that how hard is that?
It's obviously it's very hard. I don't understand what the fuck.
And it's not a cult. We don't have to agree.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disregard you. I'm just trying to read to catch up on something.
That's what I just said. Good trouble. I think it jinxed us. Oh. I just.
Okay, so when somebody comes in here that wasn't in here before, and from what I can see, God damn, this thing moves too fast. From what I can see, that person was attacked immediately or spoken to in a negative way immediately. Why? And then he responded back. And then so on and so forth. So why? If you don't like each other, block each other. End of story. It's very simple. Then you won't see what's being said. No, I wasn't letting that happen. I didn't see it. All right, I understand that, John. I know it wasn't you, Josie. Who was it? As soon as Twiz came, somebody else messaged me and said in the background and said that's what happened. That as soon as Twiz came in, that he was called that. It's hard to pay attention when I'm trying to deal with this too, so I don't get to see everything. Shit, hang on a minute. You have to go down the bottom of your chat.
Just click on their name.
Cat lady where the $sign is, and click to make sure that you can receive gifts. And then when somebody does put these out, then it should you should be able to be it's at random, unfortunately, but if you have that gifting turned on, then at some point you'll be able to get one. Because Phil dropped 5 more, and it looks like Renee got one. Barbara got one. Dragonfly Love. Karina Gilbert and Patty Parisi. Yeah. Welcome, congrats, and welcome to the sauce. 16 new meatballs. Mitikoye Oyasin, welcome. Good to see you. I don't understand. I don't know why, Jody. I'm sorry. It might be your phone. Sometimes certain phones don't allow for it if you're on a phone. Welcome, Twinkle. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Let me try to get back to where I was. Well, I've had multiple people do the same thing, Katie. That's what I'm trying to base it on. And I'm trying to look at it, but the chat, certain parts of the chat roll off at some point where you don't see everything. So I have to be able to go backwards and find it. No, it truly is not. And thank you for that, Candy. Or people to leave because of what's going on in the chat, and it shouldn't be that way because we don't do that kind of shit in here. And it's really starting to get old.
Yeah, Harsh was good, Alana, wasn't it? Wearing him.
Yes. He was good. Gracefully salty. Hello.
I like him a lot. I didn't realize he had grown kids. That threw me off. I forget how old we are, man.
No big deal. Well, it is a big deal because it completely distracted this and it stopped us. And I don't want people attacking other people or calling names when they're coming in here. I don't do it. So if I'm not doing it, then nobody else has the right to do it. That's all I'm saying. And hang on a minute. I just want to from. Okay. I've been told that too by somebody else. It's done. I'm not going to talk on it again because from here forward, I'm just going to start slinging people out the door. I don't care at that point. Okay. And I shouldn't have to do that, but that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Forewarning. Moving on. I'm done with it. Now, what was I saying? Sorry, guys. I don't remember now. My apologies. But I am still looking for this damn specific document. Because there's actually quite a few. A lot of this stuff is just like a bunch of nothing that's in here. The way it's set up, I don't understand why they wouldn't separate some of these things into different...
the docs.
Yeah, it's just weird the way it's set up. Look, I'll show you guys real quick. I think they should be broken down and separated, but they're not.
Even with my glasses, I can't see.
Oh, you're fine, Tomboy. I wasn't worried about you. I know you're always driving. So I wasn't worried about any of the mods were doing what they were supposed to be doing. So this is how this came in. And this is how they're labeled. And it's hard to see. You got to go through every single one of them. And I'm trying to find, I don't know why I can't find it because I've seen it earlier.
Ginger Hay, I think it's the last live it's the live. Oh, wait. Oh, Dago was on. I think it was this morning, right? Dago was on this morning on Lana.
No, yeah, I was with Lana for a little bit this morning.
Yeah. I forget what she titled that one.
Let me see.
Hey, Dago.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm trying to.
Meg said that it's under the Mitchell. I can't pronounce that.
What is it? Oh, did I miss Meg's statement? Hold on, let me find it real quick. I'm sorry.
I can't pronounce that last name.
That's what happens when I get distracted. My train of thought goes sideways, left, right, and up and down. So I'm trying to get it back. There it is. Mitchell Dunnaroot. Okay, thank you, Meg. Thank you so much. I don't understand how I clicked on it earlier and looked at it. Now I completely forgot which one. I would think I was just because I was going through them so fast that I was not sure which one I had clicked on. And there's a lot of weird different things in here.
And we have ADHD, and it all runs together.
Well, the ADHD makes it worse, yes, but I can't make that my excuse every time.
It's hard. It's hard for me. That's why I get weak. Let you guys do it.
It's all good. What time is it? 4 hours now. Oh shit. I may not have time to hit this today, but I'm gonna give me a second here. I'm gonna start from the bottom and go up. And another statement I'm going to make too. If you're removed from here, there's a reason why. So going out and coming back in under a different name, at some point, it's going to be figured out and you're going to be removed again, just so you can come in and make problems. Stop doing it, because we'll figure it out and you won't be here. I don't care how many names you have. That's why Jeff's not in here, because he's got 35 other accounts and he's still not here. Stop doing it, okay? Go do it in one of these other channels that's okay with. It's not okay here.
Oh, is that why we haven't seen Jeff?
Yeah, because he likes to argue and incite people all the time and start shit with them, and I'm just over it. I'm tired of the oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Boy. I'm just tired of dealing with the arguments and stuff all the time. Okay, folks. And he purposely picks fights with people just to get a reaction, and it's just so childish. Wow, here we go. There's a lot to it. Okay, so this is from Pullman again, folks, just so you guys know.
Oh, the ones that just came out?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess I'll just read this to you and then we can figure it out from there. It's interesting.
I'm glad you opened that.
Yeah, I've been sitting here for 2 hours trying to find it again, and I don't know how. I clicked on it earlier and got it without this, but thank you, Meg. God bless. All right, let's see here. Okay. Oh, well, I don't know if it was Jeff. No, I didn't mean, I said it was people that Jeff knows. So, Leslie and Billy, you're not welcome here. Stop coming in here. Mark and Betty, you're not welcome here. Stop coming in here. You blatantly disrespected my moderators. It's not going to happen. And I'm trying to think of anybody else that it could have been, but we're not stupid. And it is not that hard to figure out. So just stop coming in here, okay? Period. And I said your name. I know you heard me. Noel, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you guys for being here. Again, I'm sorry that you got to see it like this, but no, of course not, Texas Ranger. I'm just tired of it, guys, so that's why. Like I said, the moderators are not, they're not to be argued with. They're not mean people. They're not ignorant. They don't pick on people. So that's all I'm saying. When they're doing something, they're doing it for a reason. End of story. And I can't think of anybody else's name right now, or I just run through the whole list. But if I need to, it is what it is. And again, not to sound mean, folks, but I'm just over it. Okay, so I guess I'll just start here. The way these things are put in here is weird. It doesn't allow me to click on these parts up here. So I'm going to read this. State of Idaho, plaintiff versus Brian Koberger, defendant, District Court of 2nd Judicial District, the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Latah. Please use the directives in the email below as a guide for immediately obtaining evidence in the government's legal case against Brian Koberger. Hold on. Odd's not the word. They're two-faced and ignorant, Mr. Girl. She, they, whoever they are. They'll come in here saying some dumb shit and go on another channel and talk shit about me, and I'm just tired of it. If you don't like me, don't come in here, period. If you do, I'd love to have you here. But if you don't pretend like you do, because I hate fake people. And that's all there is to it. That I just don't like fake people. I'm done. You know, that's it. I'm done with the ignorance. And the two-facedness. We're grown adults, folks. I'm going to be 51 in a couple months. This is stupid shit that I did in like middle school. Okay. Specifically, you are to immediately obtain a copy of the government's matching electrical grid connections to the physical property address and or other sites involving all parties relating to Brian C. Koberger and the physical scene of the crime. Request all relative sound bites for all affected parties for the date and time period to properly and skillfully complete the investigation. Contact CIA compliance investigator. What? Whoa. Contact CIA compliance investigators directly at the Central Intelligence Agency.
What the?
In Langley, Virginia. Should you need more information on warrant procedures per U.S. Constitution Amendment Is that
what?
What 1 minute. Okay, Terry, take care. Read paragraphs 43 through 45 under whistleblower status and form disclosure 1920-23 for application. Yeah, this is interesting. Per whistleblower investigators. Judge Megan Marshall placed an unconstitutional gag order, amended non-dissemination order in hate on the case to block those involved from discussing details to protect the government.
I'm so confused right now.
Wow. Okay.
Why is that word in there? Why is that word 3-letter agency in there? Is that real?
That's what it says.
Holy fucking shit. Sorry.
Okay, so let me read that part one more time. Judge Megan Marshall placed an unconstitutional gag order, amended this non-dissemination order in hate on the case to block those involved from discussing details to protect the government. The order does not rise to the high bar standard of, but not limited to, national security or other national standards. Only a personal level related justification, and that goes against the United States Constitution. Judge Marshall is to remove the legal matter immediately. Oh, wow. Per whistleblower investigators, whistleblower court will apply the most severe whistleblower charges against the order. A hate crime in whistleblower court. The judge and Judge Megan Marshall will be arrested at the conclusion of the ongoing background whistleblower investigation for her role in cover-up to only protect the government. Holy shit.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god. What is happening?
Every receiver of this email, regardless of affiliation to the case, will be held legally responsible in United States Cyber Command Military Whistleblower Court for ensuring this information is communicated to the court and the appropriate legal action is undertaken for complete justice. CIA compliance investigators await your contact. Whistleblower investigators will be monitoring through approved constitutional wiretap surveillance all of your movements and immediate action in this legal matter and expect prompt, urgent follow through without any delays. What in God's name? And never,
I don't know what any of this means.
all of these people were tagged in this. Okay.
I don't know what this all means.
Wait a
Anyone?
minute.
Anyone?
Hold on.
Bueller?
CIA.
Yeah.
That's all the way up to almost the president.
Yeah, no. Was it everybody to check? Everybody starting to catch up to what we just said, or what they just read? My jaw's on the fucking floor.
Well, okay. I don't know if this is like real, folks. So give me a minute. I'm trying to see. It says right here, this message originated from outside the city of Pullman's network, which doesn't mean that it's not real, but exercise caution when click. Okay, right. So then at the bottom, it says they tagged all of these people right here.
Mm.
And this is there's some Texas things linked in here too. Mauricio Garcia, the physical shooter at the Allen Premium Outlets in Allen, Texas, was hatefully, electronically, mentally compromised. That is, he was electronically remote controlled. What the hell?
What's happening right now?
Electronically remote controlled to physically execute. Oh my God, you guys!
What is happening? How is this? Is this?
This is not Mitchell Donahue. Please central attention. Okay, I don't know that this has anything to do with this. This looks like it could be a scam. Maybe.
Well, whose names are they? Names or what are they?
There's a bunch of people tagged in this, but the word, the hard N word is in this somewhere, and I'm not reading that. I don't care what this is. So
It's remote controlled him. Is that what that said?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I don't know what to think of it, and until I find out if it's true or not true, I'm not gonna read any more of that. That's beyond crazy. This is in the documents from Pullman.
Yeah, that's what do we open the right thing?
Yeah, I have the right thing, and I thank God I didn't open all those other things. Hold
I
on.
don't know what to think right now.
Yeah, it came right out of here.
I don't know what to think at all.
Yeah, it's right there.
Holy
Right
moly.
from July 23rd.
Whoops.
That was a little wild.
That was a lot.
Oh, real. I read the bottom of it. Why? Is there something I missed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Meg? I don't know. It made me nervous when I started reading it.
Mm-hmm. Did anybody else see this yet, or are we?
Yeah, I think a few people did, but hold on.
My drops. I need them.
Hold on. Let's get to the. Okay, let me blow this back up a little bit.
Holy fuck.
Well, please avoid some of the words that are in it. You guys are really distasteful words, so and I won't be reading through that, but this 19th communication document, whistleblower status and form disclosure 19/2023, is prepared to post notice of a significant military command private strategic timing event scheduled in early May of 23 that will remove all black people from the CIA, in addition to a few working in the FBI and United States Department of Justice. This document also bridges more whistleblower investigation finding that have occurred since 18th. Complaint 18 to 22 was prepared and first emailed August. Oh, wait a minute.
What the? Oh, no.
At this writing, RICO, a domestic terrorist black race racketeering operation, continues to operate mostly within the CIA stations across the United States with some problems abroad. Blank RICO is an egregious national and international cybersecurity danger and a public safety danger.
Is this going to lead us to Brian, or?
She said the rest of it. So let's see. Learned in March 2020, Military Command Division is operating on the ground in Los Angeles to bring final resolution to the blank RICO problem.
What does that mean, David? What's interloper mean, David? Document is an interloper.
Hold on. Most of the problems work in CIA stations across the United States and abroad, mostly in the United States. Another hard electronic confirmation was provided to me about this. Forthcoming military activity while at the Los Angeles Central Library in downtown Los Angeles on April 11th of 23. The military's work raid attack on the CIA stations to restrain and apprehend mostly black people will be a private action event in early May of 23, since United States intelligence gatherings must continue uninterrupted and must be properly protected during the process. Known electronic communication leaks will be closed. CIA blacks that are mentally compromising people will seize their irreparable, devastating outcomes will abruptly stop. Stimulus for much of American sickness will also cease practice. However, the known working national security cyber network compromise will not be repaired at this time and will continue to endanger the nation if the current government does not protect networks urgently and securely. There will be no newsworthy events covering this very secretive protected military event. This corrective action will be striking different in nature and intensity than the permanent reducing whistleblower action commencing in early 25. In summary, Blank Rico, a domestic terrorist black race racketeering operation, will be permanently restrained and apprehended from operating in imminent national cybersecurity dangers and public safety dangers will abruptly cease. This 46-page disclosure is attached in PDF form.
Jesus.
Evan Gershowitz, Russia's Federal Securities Bureau administers acting in instruction American side, collected information constituting a state secret about the activities of one enterprise of the Russian military complex. Does this hang on?
The thing. Oh, geez. Annie, I'm starting to think the same thing. I'm starting to think that I don't know what to think. I don't know. I said it earlier, but this is
wild, folks.
My brain is
why is this in with these documents?
They say it eventually gets to him somehow.
I'm just trying to see if it shows.
What?
Hold on. Wu Chain, hatefully mentally compromised. Shot and killed 3 men, 1 woman, 10-acre marijuana farm in Kingfisher County, Oklahoma. We're all natives of China. Trevor Bickford, 19 years old, hatefully mentally compromised by a Blank Rico for terror publicity attack police in Machete Times Square in New York. Loretta Lynn, what? In 22, Loretta Lynn, Naomi Judd, Kirstie Alley, Hollywood actors all over the age of 70 were all electronically killed by Rico's hateful, unauthorized, unconstitutional wiretap surveillance connections. What?
What the fuck does Kirstie Alley have to do? Is that what she said? Is that what it said?
Yeah. Permits CIA electronically kills people. Actually due to die naturally. Leslie Jordan, Robert Saget, electronic Bend, Oregon Safeway shooting. Ethan Blair Miller, mentally compromised. Forthcoming shooting was oh, hold on. I'm getting down towards closer to the bottom, and just to see if it says. I am responsible for this, but I was turned into a monster. I created this tragedy, but society created me. Simply just want to die and leave a lasting impression and violent mark on this world. My way out. The rage has become uncontrollable, and I can't wait 2 more weeks. Eliza Fletcher, Tennessee, violently abducted and killed. I remember that case. Walmart Supercenter shooting.
Ann Hesh. Oh my God.
Ann Hesh was egregiously, hatefully, mentally compromised by Rico and struggled with hateful and true mental health issues throughout her life. She was involved in a series of 3 separate car crashes on August 5th that were caused by Rico's hateful, unauthorized, unconstitutional wiretap connections. She succumbed to her injuries on August 11th and died. What the hell?
What the fuck?
Ann Hesh.
This is conspiracy, man.
Glass black. I mean,
like truth though, but like
I don't know. I don't know, and I'm still looking for where this connects to Idaho.
Yeah, yeah.
Paul Pelosi, home attack.
How are the kids? What are the four kids? What are the four?
Four men were stabbed at the Boston area. October, Daryl Diamond, who was hatefully mentally compromised. Yoni Barrios, Damian.
43.
What's that? Oh, here it is.
43.
Yep, I see it now. Brian Koberger, a 28-year-old graduate student at Washington State University, was I can never say that word. Egregiously, hatefully, mentally compromised by Rico and killed via stabbing 4 college students, Dana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves in Moscow in the early morning hours of November 13th, 22. A knife was used in the killings. These stabbings occurred on the same day 3 University of Virginia football players were shot. I do remember that. And killed due to Rico's hateful, unauthorized, unconstitutional wiretap surveillance connections permits. In an email dated October 12th of 22 to over 400 government employees with an email address, extension, blah, 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 disclosed the following. Blank. Rico has started terrorizing by electronically, mentally compromising people to use knives to kill each other. The Moscow ID knife stabbing took place on November 13th and could have easily been prevented. The FBI cannot cover up this electronic hate crime. Obtain government's matching address connection to the physical property address, requesting all sound bites for the time period, and prepare your subpoena pursuant to the U.S. Constitution Amendment. Warrant procedures submit to attention CIA compliance investigators at the CIA. Also attachment. Are we serious?
So are they saying they MK Ultra'd him? Is that what they're saying?
That kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Along with a whole bunch of other weird
So I guess
situations.
he's John Wick, I guess, huh?
Yeah, they're talking about John Tyson and Richard York. I mean, okay. I mean, it's a hell of a rabbit hole, folks. Basically, meaning, yeah.
Is this somebody's ranting? Is this somebody's?
It was in their documents. It came with their documents. That's what I don't understand. Is if this was a, I don't. Okay,
They're not they were all feds.
it's right here within all of this, so it's in with the rest of the real documents. So if it was, don't they like go through and take spam and stuff out of these?
Yeah, they do. A whistleblower saying, so that's where their tip. The tip is this whistleblower. Is that what they're saying? Is that? I think that's where we're going.
I mean, it looks like that, yes, and I'm afraid that there are certain creators that are going to go crazy with this.
I know, because my brain was already thinking they're all feds. I was like, they're all feds. Like,
I don't know what to take with this or to say with this, guys, but
yeah, I'm really, my brain's
So it
melting.
said that Koberger was mentally compromised.
But
basically is what they're saying.
I mean,
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it was MKO, I guess, but I guess it's got to be, Alicia, like a tip.
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make any other sense otherwise, folks. It just doesn't. And I'm not gonna listen. I'm asking you guys, please don't take it like super serious, please.
I'm just glad it was a tip and it wasn't the CIA saying that's what really happened. That's where my brain was.
Right. They marked it as Mark Donahue, CIA whistleblower. That's right. That's what I saw too, Meg. And that's the only thing that's kind of weird with this. Very weird.
They actually took it. I mean, they took it seriously, and then arrested him on top of it to make. Like, are they trying to say that that's true? That he was.
Oh, that's the one that everybody wanted to talk about, Texas Ranger, because it talks about the CIA, I guess.
What if they convinced him that he was MK Ultra'd, and that's why he pleaded guilty? What if they convinced him of that?
I would hope that he's smarter than that, but
I don't know. I mean, no. I mean, yeah. I mean, what's his name? The other guy, Luigi
Mangione, yeah.
They think I think that. I mean, I thought for sure that was the case with that one. Does
don't
he
know.
mention?
A lot of the rest of this stuff right in here is about like FOIA requests and all that stuff. There's really nothing in here.
Oh, that got me for a minute.
That was pretty wild.
Well, they took it serious for some reason. That's the wild thing.
Mhm.
I think that's what I'm trying to say.
That's up there.
I mean, okay. It could, I guess, Meg. I could see that, yeah. And they're implicating he did this in Lurk, yeah. I did. I read it all. It just names other people and other situations that it happened in. I don't know if I can like on here, because I don't want YouTube to strike it either, because it depends on. I'm gonna have to go through it all, maybe with the mods or something, and then look and make sure there's nothing they can strike on it before I read like everything in it. And I do want to go through these before I break all these down with you guys to see what's they're all intermingled with things that don't mean anything. So I have to find what's what. That's what I'm wondering. Why would they even release it?
But you're right. The guilters are going to go crazy over this one.
Of course they will.
But I think that's what they tried to do. It took me a minute to catch on what was happening, though.
Yeah. So I just got these today, and I got to take time, go through, separate what's what, what's not, break it down, and then we can go through the ones that pertain to the case for sure, because this is crazy.
Definitely.
I don't know, guys, but that's pretty much it for today. We've been here 4.5 hours. I'm gonna have to break it down anyway. Plus, the boss just got home, so I will be back to talk about more of that once I look through it more and this other stuff in here. When I pull the documents in here that we can actually go through, because, like I said, a lot of this stuff is FOIA requests and stuff like that we can do nothing with, news inquiries and things like that. So I'm gonna try to separate what's what, and then we can go over those. So I think that's it.
Thanks for having me up.
Oh, yeah. Welcome so much. And I apologize for the distraction in the chat, guys. That's probably the best part, Twiz, or the best idea is to do that. But yeah, thank you guys for joining me. My apologies for the distraction. Mods, I definitely want to talk to you guys afterwards. Just for a few minutes. And Krista, thank you for joining me. Hemisphere, you as well. Terry Martin, JC Ann, and Dustin Baker.
Dustin Butler.
Butler, sorry about that. I'm looking, Meg. I'm looking, hun.
I'll see you guys later on.
There's the communication between the lawyer and Pullman PD, and the lawyer wants to discuss what they release before they release it. Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
That's interesting. Thank you, ma'am. I will, like I said, I will pull all these. We can bring them up in the next show. And
well, as Pavarotti says, how deep does the rabbit hole go?
Right. Yeah.
So far, this is going pretty deep.
Yeah. That's about as deep as you can go on that one, right?
Yeah.
I think it was reading my.
Hey, we're talking about now.
Yeah. Like, wait, does that say what? A CIA what?
Yeah.
That's CIA.
Well, when I first started looking at it before, I didn't have time to look at it, and I just read the first sentence, and I went, okay, so we'll come back to this, and then, I need to look at that before we go through anything else on it. So, not yet, Brian, not yet. All right, guys, again, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate you guys very much. Again, everybody up here, thank you for joining us, Krista, and Hemisphere, and all you guys, I appreciate it. And I will, you two, nothing. I will talk to you guys very soon. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Stains, puzzle me, all light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. stay. True crime cafe. Nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Constant questions, mouth shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting brain. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime